Make France great again. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 551, Disgruntled Bank Director. Just when Jerome Bonaparte and Manet and others were discussing how to make the Bank of England reduce the discount rate, Count Argaux also gathered a large number of uninvited guests in his Paris mansion. They were Argaux, allies of the Count at the Bank of France. And the reason why these people chose to gather in the mansion of Count Argaux at this time is to ask Count Argaux, who has been idle at home, what to do next. This time, your majesty is too careless. Count Argaux is such a highly respected financial senior. He actually said that he can change it. He really doesn't care about us people. The banker standing in the lobby waiting for Count Argaux to arrive, there was an indignant expression on his face, as if he was feeling unworthy for Count Argaux. Yeah, if I had known, we shouldn't have financed him in the first place. That's more than 30 million francs. When all this money is piled up, it can crush a person to death. Another banker also complained in a low voice. Both of you, stop complaining. What's the use of complaining now? I remember when you voted, you two were more positive than anyone else. Now you regret it. The banker standing behind the sneered the tone responded, this time and another. We just spent some money to buy a piece. Who knows? You know that money was used to buy peace at the time. Let me ask you, what should we do if the emperor sent the army directly to take over the French bank? Send troops to take over the Banque de France? No, impossible. Impossible? You're going to discuss sanity with a guy whose head is on his belt. The bankers in the hall said every word, and before Count Argaux appeared, the whole hall was already a mess. However, when Count Argaux's personal butler arrived in the hall, the bankers consciously quieted down and looked at the butler in front of them. The butler, who was in full view, first bowed to the bankers present, then raised his head and said, "Misters, I'm very sorry for letting you go in vain. My master asked me to tell you that he has now resigned as president of Banque de France. In order to avoid suspicion, please don't meet. Please go back where you came from, gentlemen." This statement came out. The waiting bankers in the hall exploded in an instant. In the eyes of this group of bankers, Count Argaux's behavior was to roast them on the fire. You Argaux can just get out of it. Anyway, you're almost 80, and you don't have a few years to live. His Majesty the Emperor will see that for the sake of age and merit, it will not disturb you to enjoy your old age, but they are different. The vast majority of them are in the 50 to 60 age group, and they have at least 10 years to stay at the Banque de France. The Saint-Simons and the Banque de France are generally younger than them. This means that they will have to suffer at least 10 years in the Banque de France, and in these 10 years, there may be many changes. Count Argaux, we cannot do without your leadership. That's right. Count Argaux, we can't lose you. Count Argaux, come out. Seeing that Count Argaux made up his mind to stay out of the matter, the bankers didn't care about their face at this time, and they began to shout in the hall that they wanted to meet Count Argaux, and a few more cheeky bankers declared, if the Count is not willing to meet them, then they will stay at the house of the Count of Argaux. A qualified banker never cares about his own face, as long as they can achieve their goals, even if they are allowed to eat rice fields. As the banker's request for Count Argaux to meet with them grew louder, the head of the Count also felt a lot of pressure. Which of the bankers present is not a big person with a big face? A casual stomping can cause turmoil in an industry, and now they will play a rogue, which makes the manager do not know what to do. Violent expulsion is definitely not acceptable. If one of them is injured, the manager himself must consider buying a coffin in advance to bury himself. It is even more impossible to persuade with good words. This group of masters who are not too serious have already made up their minds to drag his old master and the man from the Tuileries Palace to confront each other. It is difficult for them to give up without achieving this goal. Why don't I ask in the past? Maybe the old master is willing to meet you this time. Upon seeing this, the bankers made way for the manager, who was able to leave the hall. The headmaster who left the hall hurried to the room where Count Argaux was. Pushing open the door of the room, he saw Count Argu lying in a rocking chair with his eyes closed. "Master." The manager who entered the room said to Count Argu. "What? Are they still unwilling to leave?" Count Argu asked the main pipe in a cold tone. The general manager nodded and said to Count Argu, "That's right. They said they wouldn't leave if they didn't see you, master. I don't think they are going to leave in a short time, or you." Before the steward could finish speaking, Count Argu suddenly opened his eyes, stood up, walked to a wall, took off the scissors hanging on the wall, and said, "Since they are willing to stay here, let them stay here. Don't talk about them. Even if there are twice as many people, we can afford it. But there's no way to go on like this. If they rampage in the mansion, the consequences will be." The manager responded to Count Argu with a worried tone. Faced with these rogues who can't be beaten or scolded, the manager also doesn't know what to do. Just let the people in the mansion. Be careful not to bump into them. After pacing back and forth for 2 laps with scissors, Count Argu said to the manager, "Forget it. You should immediately send someone to call the police. Just say there's a bunch of thugs in the house." "Ah." The steward looked at Count Argu with a surprised look on his face and asked cautiously, "Sir, this is probably not good for your reputation." "Fame." A self-deprecating smile appeared on the corner of Count Argu's mouth and said, "What is the use of fame to me now? The most important thing now is to get rid of them as soon as possible. Only in this way can we ensure that we can retire safely. The man at the Tuileries Palace doesn't want to see an old man who still has connections with the Bank of France after leaving office." "I see." The manager nodded and responded to Count Argu, then turned and left Count Argu's room. There was only Count Argu left in the room, and I saw him approaching a potted plant unhurriedly, pruning the potted plant carefully, and muttering to himself, "Hey, you guys. Why can't you be more peaceful?" After speaking, Count Argu patted the potted plant lightly. On the other hand, the mansion manager who escaped from the back door secretly came to the police station in their jurisdiction to report to the police. When the police chief heard that it was the house of the Count of Argaux, the president of the Bank of France, he did not know that the Count of Argaux had been dismissed. He came to call the police and immediately ran to the chief in person to ask what happened to the Count of Argaux's house. "A group of thugs broke into our house, and they were shouting that they wanted to meet our master." Although the police chief had some doubts as to why the thugs were able to enter the house of Count Argaux, when he saw the general manager took out a check worth 10,000 francs saying that it was a donation from Count Argaux to the police station, all doubts disappeared in an instant. "Too expensive." The police chief responded to the chief with a smile on his face. "This is what we should do." The steward put the check in front of him and said thoughtfully, "This check can be exchanged at any bank under the count." After the police chief collected the check, he put on his clothes and responded to the superintendent, "We will never let anyone break into the house without permission." After that, the police chief called the 2 sheriffs in front of the chief and explained the task to them. After listening to the chief's task, the sheriff immediately assured the chief that they would complete the task. The 2 sheriffs and more than 20 police officers came to the mansion of the Earl of Argu under the leadership of the chief. "Where are the thugs? Where are the thumbs?" When the 2 sheriffs arrived in the hall, the bankers in the hall all looked at them. Looking at the group of thugs in front of him, the sheriff's brain instantly fell into a state of shutdown. Where are they thugs? It's clearly a Tyrannosaurus. Looking at the group of tyrannosaurs in front of them, the 2 sheriffs retreated in their hearts. These guys in front of them, any one person is enough to crush them to death. How dare they put the banker in jail, since it's a thug. Don't do it. Just when the 2 sheriffs wanted to leave the hall, as if nothing had happened, a voice came from behind the sheriff. The sheriff looked behind him subconsciously, wanting to see which idiot was talking. "You. It doesn't matter." www.riyadh1.com almost didn't scare him out of a myocardial infarction, and he swallowed the reprimand that was about to blurt out. "Your Majesty. Your Majesty." The sheriff responded with a trembling voice to the person behind him. That's right. Standing behind the sheriff is Jerome Bonaparte in plain clothes. Next to Jerome Bonaparte is the Count of Argaux, the former president of the Banque de France. "Get out of the way," said Jerome Bonaparte coldly. "Yes." The sheriff immediately ordered the officers to make way for him. "Don't You have something to say to Mr. Argu? Now that Mr. Argu is here, you can speak. Chapter 552, Succumbed Banker. Don't you have something to say to Mr. Argu? Mr. Argu is here, you can say whatever you want now. Jerome Bonaparte spoke in a low voice, but it frightened the bankers. The bankers present did not expect the emperor to appear in the mansion of the Count of Argaux. If they had known that the emperor was back, they would not have hit the gun at all. Fortunately, the group of them has not yet discussed a strategy to deal with it, and the emperor has sent them an army ahead of time. The originally bustling hall is now silent. In front of Jerome Bonaparte, who symbolized the power of the empire. These bankers who claimed to be the Spokespersons of France did not even dare to breathe. Every second of time passed, and every second was a torture for the bankers in the hall. 10 minutes later, Jerome Bonaparte, who saw that the bankers present were afraid to speak, sneered, "Speak. Why don't you say anything? You are stuck in the hall of Argaux, aren't you? In order for Mr. Argu to talk to you. Now that he has brought Mr. Argu, why don't you say anything?" The bankers were silent, and no one dared to get in trouble at this time. Jerome Bonaparte looked around and counted the number of people in the hall with his hands. There were exactly 30 people, no more or no less. Then he pointed to one of the bankers and said, "You, come out." Jerome Bonaparte was stunned for a while by the old man in his fingers, and then asked in a daze, as if he had just woken up, "Your Majesty, did you let me over just now?" "That's right. It's you, Monsieur Jourdan's capital." Jerome Bonaparte nodded, and said to him. Jourdan's had no choice but to come to Jerome Bonaparte, and bowed to Jerome Bonaparte. "Your Majesty, Jerome." Bonaparte touched his chin, smiled with interest, and said, "Mr. Jourdans, if my memory is correct, the relationship between you and the Count of Argaux should have been friends for many years." "Bah. That's right." Jourdan's Capofel nodded and replied to Jerome Bonaparte in a low voice, "Since they are good friends, then why do you stay with them at Argaux's house, and don't want to go?" Jerome Bonaparte reprimanded Jourdan's Capofel in a stern manner. They are all famous people in Paris, and now they are learning the methods of the underclassmen in Paris. Jourdan's Capofel smiled bitterly in his heart. In fact, he didn't want to do it either, but he couldn't help it. When things developed to this point, he could only bite the bullet and face Jerome Bonaparte. He responded, "Actually, we just came here to comfort Count Argu and prevent him from having any accidents, just to see." Although Jerome Bonaparte didn't believe the nonsense of Jourdan's Capofel at all, he still had to pretend that he was willing to believe him. After all, it was impossible for Jerome Bonaparte to really capture them all. The law does not blame the public in the group of bankers as well. However, you can still try to knock the mountain and shake the tiger occasionally. That's right. We just came over to visit Count Argu. Now that Count Argu is alright, we can leave with confidence. Since the emperor gave them the steps to go down, Jourdan's Capofel naturally followed suit. Go down. Okay. I'll assume that you are worried about your superiors and your friends that make such nonsense on a whim. Jerome Bonaparte raised his voice and said, "Now you have also seen the Count of Argaux. It's safe and sound. Can you leave with confidence?" As soon as Jerome Bonaparte's voice fell, the bankers in the hall expressed that seeing that Count Argaux was alright, they could leave with confidence. Afterwards, the bankers in the hall left the mansion of Count Argu. Only Jerome Bonaparte, Count Argaux, and 2 teams of police were left at the scene. "Your Majesty, the sheriff said boldly to Jerome Bonaparte. "I almost forgot, and you." Jerome Nabal said to the sheriff with a smile on his face, "Go back and tell the chief, don't be blinded by money. Behind the money, there is probably an invisible person. Bottomless trap. Yes, I will pass your Majesty's words to the chief." The sheriff nodded and replied, "You guys go back." Jerome Bonaparte said to the 2 sheriffs, and more than 20 police officers left the mansion of the Count of Argu as quickly as they received amnesty. After the idlers left, Jerome Bonaparte asked Argaux, "Mr. Argaux, would you like to have a chat?" "Your Majesty, please come in." Count Argaux invited Jerome Bonaparte into the room, and then asked the servant to prepare dinner. "If you don't dislike it, I just want to try it too." "What is the difference between the dinner at the Tuileries Palace and the dinner at the Tuileries Palace?" Jerome Bonaparte said to the Count of Argaux with a smile on his face. "I'm afraid it's far inferior to your dinner at the Tuileries Palace. Count Argaux said softly. Not necessarily. Jerome Bonaparte shrugged. In fact, Jerome Bonaparte usually prepares two recipes at the Tuileries Palace. One is the recipe for the arrival of a high-ranking official. It is far inferior to the style of the recipes prepared when entertaining others. However, it is better to have a balanced diet. Under the leadership of Count Argaux, Jerome Bonaparte entered the mansion. Your Majesty, please take a seat. Count Argaux stretched out his hand and invited Jerome Bonaparte to sit down. He walked to the desk alone and took out 2 flints and a piece of oil drying origami from the drawer. After the sparks generated by the friction of the flints ignited the origami, Count Argaux opened the kerosene lamp shade on the desk, lit the wick of the kerosene lamp, and then closed the shade again, and brought the kerosene lamp to Jerome Bonaparte in front of Bay. Your Majesty, the light here is a little dark. Please forgive me. Count Argaux apologized again. It's nothing. Jerome Bonaparte waved his hand, then looked at the kerosene lamp in Count Argaux's hand and said half jokingly, I didn't expect you, a dignified director of the Bank of France, to use things that ordinary people use. Your Majesty, when I was still a child, my father often used my grandfather as an example, to warn me to be frugal, said Count Argaux, sitting opposite Jerome Bonaparte. Oh, Mr. Argaux, so your grandfather was a very frugal person? Jerome Bonaparte looked at Count Argaux in surprise. Your Majesty, my grandfather is just an ordinary wine merchant in the army. Count Argaux explained to Jerome Bonaparte. Our family only got involved in the banking industry during my father's generation. The development is inseparable from my father. So it is. Jerome Bonaparte nodded and said, it seems that your family and the Baron Rothschild's family have roughly the same history. Part of it is the same. Count Argaux nodded, then changed the conversation, and asked Jerome Bonaparte, Your Majesty, you came to me on purpose. I'm afraid you didn't come to inquire about my family history, right? Jerome Bonaparte certainly understood what Count Argaux meant. He nodded and responded to Count Argaux, Maine has already told me everything. I don't want to investigate right or wrong, but I hope you can, when the Empire is in trouble, pull the Empire. Thank you for your generosity. I will hand over a portion of the gold to the Banque de France as a reserve. Count Argaux thanked Jerome Bonaparte for his generosity. The Count of Argaux privately ordered his bank to convert the sterling bonds in his hand into gold, which caused the panic of sterling to be considered a turning point for Jerome Bonaparte. Then, Jerome Bonaparte asked Count Argaux what he thought about the bankers gathering in the hall just now. They want me to stand up against you, Count Argaux said bluntly to Jerome Bonaparte. Then, why don't you stand up? If I were in your position, I would definitely lead them to force the government to make concessions, Jerome Bonaparte said to Count Argaux with great interest. In fact, he was still expecting Count Argaux to lead the bankers to fight against him, so he would have another reason to blackmail them. The Count of Argaux responded in a flat tone, I'm just a mediocre who is slightly luckier than others, and I don't want to be used as a gunman by them. Not to mention, there is no way to shake a stable government by relying on the strength of the Banque de France alone. Those guys may have already forgotten the horror of revolution. For the Count of Argaux, who had experienced 2 revolutions, 1830, 1848, the revolution brought them far greater damage than they could gain. No far-sighted banker dares to say that he will survive the next revolution, and doing what he can to maintain the stability of the existing system is the best outcome. Even if Count Argaux was unhappy when he saw Jerome Bonaparte again, Count Argaux would still work hard for the survival of the empire. After he was unhappy, revolution is like a blind box. You never know whether the next regime will be good or bad. Then, Mr. Argaux, which of those people do you think can stand by me, and which of them are diehards? Jerome Bonaparte asked Count Argaux. Your Majesty, no one is a diehard. Count Argaux replied to Jerome Bonaparte, they are just protecting their own interests. Once they think they can only suffer this knife, they will bite. Stand with your teeth on the victor's side. Conservative financial policy cannot protect their interests. On the contrary, it will damage the entire French economy. Jerome Bonaparte emphasized, Your Majesty, this method of yours is just to delay the economy. Once the war is over, a large number of factories will be on the verge of bankruptcy. Count Argaux said to Jerome Bonaparte. What the Count of Argaux said was absolutely correct. What Jerome Bonaparte did was to prolong the crisis. Keynesianism is not to solve the economic crisis of capitalism, but to delay the emergence of the economic crisis of capitalism. During this period, it will inevitably lead to the risk of high debt, and the rampant improvement of infrastructure and military-related industries is equivalent to tying all the French people to the war machine, just like Hitler after World War II. It's just that Hitler did not have such good luck as Jerome Bonaparte. The upcoming Second Industrial Revolution will give France a relief of relief. Riyadh1.com and the Kingdom Sigh of Prussia will also become a relief for France debt offering. That's right. The Crimean War was not the end of the French military adventure, but the beginning of one. It's just that the vast majority of French people have not seen this, and elite politicians like the Count of Argaux have only seen the tip of the iceberg. If he had known the crazy plan that existed in Jerome Bonaparte's mind, he would have done anything to pull this madman down. It's undeniable. Large-scale credit is indeed a living thing, but we must persevere. Jerome Bonaparte spread his hands and said helplessly, "From the moment we stepped into the battlefield in Crimea, there is no way out. Either the empire is destroyed in the Paris riots caused by defeat, or the empire wins respite from successive victories. If it were you, Mr. Argaux, what would you choose?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 553, Prepare for Archfire. Mr. Argaux, if it were you, what would you choose? Jerome Bonaparte asked Count Argaux with a calm expression. Your Majesty, I'm afraid I can't answer your answer. After a while, the Count of Argaux replied to Jerome Bonaparte, I can't use the thinking of a mediocre person to speculate on the thinking of a great man. A great man? Jerome Bonaparte showed a self-deprecating smile at the corner of his mouth. His so-called great man just took advantage of the prophet and observed the world with a thinking that surpassed this era for nearly 200 years. If you put aside the vision of more than 100 years, Jerome Bonaparte believes that his talent and level are far inferior to his late cousin, and even inferior to the original owner of this body. However, the most precious thing he possesses is the knowledge and vision that surpasses this world. For more than 100 years in the past 100 years, predecessors have experimented with all possible failures under the conditions of past productivity, and all solutions have been written down one by one. Keynesianism. Although these solutions cannot solve the problem forever, they can alleviate the problem. Jerome Bonaparte, who lived in this era, was like a fly at the mouth of a well. Although frogs, egg Bismarck, Cava, Metternich, fierce, could he kills it, but he can see the sky that frogs can't see in this era. It was by virtue of his ability to see the sky clearly that Jerome Bonaparte was able to package himself as a determined great man. I'm not a so-called great man at all. I am just a gambler. Jerome Bonaparte said flatly, I put everything I have on this war. This is a great man. Count Argaux responded to Jerome Bonaparte. It wasn't the same with His Majesty the Emperor back then. Okay. Stop complimenting me. Jerome Bonaparte smiled and shook his head. This is not a compliment. I'm just telling the truth. Count Argaux responded to Jerome Bonaparte. Then I'll be cheeky and accept your compliment. Jerome Bonaparte and Count of Argaux chatted for a long time until the appearance of the general manager made the conversation between Jerome Bonaparte and Count of Argaux come to an abrupt end. Your Majesty, my lord, dinner is ready, the steward said respectfully to Jerome Bonaparte and the Count of Argaux. So soon? Exclaimed Jerome Bonaparte in surprise. Your Majesty, look out the window. Count Argaux pointed out the window and said to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte glanced out the window subconsciously. It was already pitch black outside the window. What time is it? Jerome Bonaparte asked the steward. Your Majesty, it's already 7 o'clock in the evening. The chief replied hurriedly. Time flies so fast. Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help but sigh. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte and the Count of Argaux went to the restaurant under the leadership of the general manager. After we feasted, Count Argaux ordered his steward to send Jerome Bonaparte back to the Tuileries Palace. No need. Jerome Bonaparte waved his hand and rejected Count Argalk's, Your Majesty, Paris is not safe at night. It is dangerous to go back alone, so let my butler send you back. Count Argalk pleaded with Jerome Bonaparte, who said I'm going back alone. Jerome Bonaparte said, while Count Argalk took out his pocket watch and glanced at the time. It was already 8:40, and there were still 20 minutes before the time he and Mocha agreed to. In another 20 minutes, someone will come and pick me up. Jerome Bonaparte said to Count Argalk, that's good. Count Argalk breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to see any accidents on the way back to the emperor. The time soon came to 9 o'clock, and the carriage from the Tuileries Palace appeared on time at the gate of the mansion of the Count of Argalk's. Mokel, the head of the royal family who got off the carriage, went straight into the mansion of the Count of Argalk's to take Jerome Bonaparte home. Early the next morning. The news of the resignation of the Count of Argalk's, the president of the Bank of France, appeared in major newspapers in Paris. The citizens of Paris who were indifferent to the Bank of France were surprised to find that the resigned Count of Argalk's had been in charge of the Bank of France for nearly 20 years, so they speculated. Why did the Count of Argalk's leave the Banque de France? Is it really like the newspaper said, that the Count of Argalk's resigned because of his age? At the same time, affected by the change of president of the Banque de France, the Paris Stock Exchange fell by 2% at the opening and fell to 3.56% in the midterm. Fortunately, led by an invisible hand, the Paris Stock Exchange ended the day down just 1.2%. When the Chancellor of the Exchequer Magnate reported the closing data to Jerome Bonaparte nodded and said, it seems that the stock exchange can still accept the change of the Bank of France. Yes. Minister Manad responded to Jerome Bonaparte. To be honest, the fact that it fell 2% at the opening of the market today really caused Maine to break a cold sweat. Okay. You've worked hard. Jerome Bonaparte responded to Magnate. This is what I should do. Manette said respectfully to Jerome Bonaparte, then left Jerome Bonaparte's study. With Manette's departure, Jerome Bonaparte was left alone in the study to correct the documents. After a while, Mocha's voice appeared outside the door. Your Majesty, General Neil asks to see you. Neil. What is he here for? Jerome Bonaparte was stunned for a few seconds, then responded to Mocha outside the door. Let him in. Yes. Mocha quickly responded. The door opened, and Neil's figure appeared at the door, and he was holding a telegram in his hand. Your Majesty. Yes. Sit. Jerome Bonaparte stretched out his hand and invited Neil to sit down. Neil, who was sitting opposite Jerome Bonaparte, hurriedly placed the telegram in front of Jerome Bonaparte and said, Your Majesty, this was from the end of the Battle of Armor until the occupation of Sevastopol. The whole process. Jerome Bonaparte took the telegram from Neil's hand and carefully read the contents of the telegram. Judging from the content of the telegram, the coalition forces occupied Sevastopol when the Sevastopol defense system was not fully built, which can be said to have caught the Sevastopol defenders by surprise. However, even if the coalition forces used a tricky method to occupy Sevastopol, it is enough to prove that the coalition forces, or the French army's combat effectiveness has far surpassed the Russian Imperial Army. And all of this is inseparable from General Neil opposite Jerome Bonaparte and General Pelissier in the Crimea Peninsula. If Neil hadn't re-established the military station and changed the subscription period, the combat effectiveness of the French army would not have been significantly improved. It is important for the army to have advanced weapons, but the logistics system and the quality of soldiers are more important than advanced weapons. At the end of the day, it is people who use weapons. The same weapon can have different effects in different hands, just like the roasted buns and geotechnologies of later generations. Roasted buns have more advanced artisans than geotechnical engineers. P.S. Since the end of the 100 Regiments War, the geotechnical army has never conducted large-scale group operations, and many troops are based on regiments. The unit carried out guerrilla warfare in the rear. Therefore, in the early days of the War of Liberation, due to the lack of combat experience of the group army, each part was pressed and fought by the 5 main forces of the baked buns. The Shandong People's Liberation Army used to have only a few scattered cities, but in the end, it was the geotechnical work. The logistics system and the quality of the soldiers allowed the geotechnical workers to defeat the baked steamed buns. After being rectified by Near, the French army became a little more nationalistic fanatical, although their nationalism was a castrated version after Jerome Bonaparte's revision. The combat power is also higher than before. Point of course, the contribution of General Pélissier is also essential point. If it wasn't for General Pélissier's decisive order to attack the Sevastopol fortress, then Sevastopol would probably have developed in a historical direction. Point the coalition forces need to spend a lot of manpower and material resources to break through it and endure the impact of many factors such as severe cold weather and logistical difficulties. Now coalition troops no longer have to endure the historical cold weather and enjoy the convenience brought by Sevastopol in comfort. And the Russian Empire is probably going to play the role of a coalition in history. Jerome Bonaparte has reason to believe that Nicholas I will ask Menshikov to attack Sevastopol at all costs. It's just that the Russian Imperial Army after the role replacement may not have the same logistics as the coalition troops. The difficulties they face are more difficult than the coalition troops. I don't know how many times I'm afraid that the casualties faced by the Russian Empire this time are more serious than those in history. Thinking of this, Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help but gloat. No, I have to fight for Nicholas I and make Nicholas I lose face. Only then will he die in the Sevastopol fortress. A sinister smile appeared on Jerome Bonaparte's face, and a sinister plan was constantly taking shape in Jerome Bonaparte's heart. When the General Neil sitting opposite Jerome Bonaparte saw Jerome Bonaparte's expression, he also muttered in his heart, "Your Majesty, what are you thinking about?" Chapter 554. The First Continental Army, make money. General Neil, how about we hold a military parade on June 24th with the participation of the whole people? Just when General Neil was guessing what Jerome Bonaparte was thinking, Jerome Bonaparte asked Neil this. General Near was silent for a moment, then said cautiously to Jerome Bonaparte, "Your Majesty, is it too hasty to hold the military parade on June 24th? Neil knew that June 24th was an important day. Emperor Napoleon announced an attack on the Russian Empire, and the military parade held on this day was bound to boost the morale and enthusiasm of the French people. But now that there are less than 2 weeks, 12 articles to be exact, before June 24th, it is too hasty to prepare a military parade with the participation of the whole people in such a short time. They must choose the location in advance, arrange the venue, rehearse, and then coordinate with the Internal Affairs Department to prevent emergencies. It's hard to do everything in such a short period of time. As long as the mind does not slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties." Jerome Bonaparte responded to Neil, "The General Staff and the War Department have been working a little harder recently. My requirements are not high, and those who participated in the military parade, all it takes is one teacher." After listening to Jerome Bonaparte's request, Neil heaved a sigh of relief. Just when Neil thought that Jerome Bonaparte only wanted to thank him, Jerome Bonaparte's next sentence made Neil fall from heaven to hell. "However, there must be Russian prisoners in the military parade." Jerome Bonaparte explained to Neil, "I mean, we caught it in Sevastopol. Do you understand? Location if so, it will be at the Arc de Triomphe. Your Majesty, if this is the case, it is very likely that the French Imperial Army and the Russian Imperial Army will face a deadly battle." Neil said to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte demanded that there must be prisoners of war in the Russian Empire at the Arc de Triomphe, where it was for the purpose of reviewing the army. It was like slapping Nicholas I in the face with a slap. Neil could even imagine how that Tsar who lived in the imperial village would react to this news. He will certainly order an attack on Sevastopol at all costs until the coalition forces entrenched in the fortress of Sevastopol are wiped out. Fight to the death. I just want them to fight Sevastopol at all costs. Jerome Bonaparte gestured towards Near confidently with his hands. "As long as we can build Sevastopol into a giant fortress, then we can slowly consume the elite troops of the Russian Empire by virtue of the location of the fortress. The Russian Empire is really too big. We can't repeat the mistakes of my uncle, so let the Russian Empire take the initiative to attack, is the best choice." Yes. Neil had no choice but to nod in response to Jerome Bonaparte. "Okay, I'll leave this to you. Don't let me down." Jerome Bonaparte patted General Neil and said earnestly. This time Neil did not dare to say things like, "I think this is difficult. I think it is difficult for me to do it," because he knew that His Majesty had disclosed his plan in order to make it impossible for him to refuse. The leader's tolerance for his subordinates is not unlimited. The treatment Neil himself enjoys in the general staff is all based on His Majesty's trust in him. Once he refuses His Majesty's request, then it is likely that His Majesty will wait for him. His estrangement point. After all, there are too many people who want to sit in this position. Your Majesty, please rest assured, as your most loyal servant, even if I do my best, I will complete the task you gave me. I will treat it like my own life. General Neil looked solemn, said to Jerome Bonaparte. Very good. Neil's reply satisfied Jerome Bonaparte. Point. After all, no leader likes his subordinates to sing the opposite. Point. However, even if Neil rejected him just now, he would not make any move to transfer Neil. Point. But Neil himself will lower a grade in the heart of Jerome Bonaparte, and Neil's future career will also face some twists and turns. Your Majesty, then I'll go back and prepare first. Neil stood up, straightened his body, and saluted Jerome Bonaparte. Go. Jerome Bonaparte nodded slightly. Neil turned and left, and before he could leave the study, Jerome Bonaparte's voice came from behind Neil. Wait a minute. Neil stopped, turned and asked, Your Majesty, what other orders do you have? After you return to the general staff, immediately send a telegram to Constantinople, and by the way, let them draw up a list of honored members as soon as possible, so that I can prepare for the time to go to Sevastopol. Jerome Bonaparte. Neil rode. A surprised expression appeared on Neil's face, and he hurriedly asked, Your Majesty, do you want to go over and award the honor in person? What's the matter? Can't you? Jerome Bonaparte asked back. Yes, but, after hesitating for a moment, Neil gritted his teeth and said to Jerome Bonaparte, My subordinate thinks that His Majesty only needs to sit in Paris. There is really no need to commit crimes alone. Risk. What does it mean to be in danger alone? Jerome Bonaparte asked. When my uncle led the army to attack Italy, was it considered a risk alone? And was it considered a risk to attack Moscow alone? Of course not. Near replied to Jerome Bonaparte, since my uncle serving as an army commander himself is not considered a single risk, then why would I go to Sevastopol to honor the French soldiers who fought bravely to kill the enemy alone? Is it true that in your heart, I a coward who can only hide behind? Jerome Bonaparte asked in a bad tone. Of course not. Neil was shocked, and he denied it. I'm just worried that Your Majesty may not be suitable for the environment in the Near East. Neil's reply reminded Jerome Bonaparte that the environment in the Near East was very different from that in France. However, considering that in history, Jerome Bonaparte personally led the 3rd Division in Crimea without any major problems, it is impossible for him to be so unlucky. Don't worry too much about the environment in the Near East. I only stay there for a short time, and I need to stay there for a long time. Jerome Bonaparte replied to Neil. Point. Since there is no way to dissuade him, Neil can only obey His Majesty's orders. Shortly after Neil had left, Jerome Bonaparte called for Mockett again. You call the Minister of the Seal, Morny, first, and then go and hand over this telegram to the newspaper office under our control. Jerome Bonaparte handed the telegram to Mocker and said, Yes, now let the newspaper office mention the facts of the year a little. Mocker took the telegram and told Jerome Bonaparte that he would definitely follow his instructions. By the way, let the gangs who are loyal to us release the gossip and say that something big will happen on June 24th. Jerome Bonaparte continued. Mocker left the study. Point. Another 15 minutes passed, and Morny, the Minister of the Seal, appeared in Jerome Bonaparte's room. Your Majesty, what are your orders for calling me here? Morny respectfully asked Jerome Bonaparte. Hurry up in your secretarial office to draw up a speech, and I will use it at the Legislative Council meeting tomorrow. Jerome Bonaparte closed the document, raised his head, and said to Morny, What was the content of the speech? Morny asked. The military spending of the army is almost bottoming out again. Jerome Bonaparte replied with a shrug. How can it be so fast? Morny was a little surprised. He clearly remembered that the last appropriation was only about a year ago. It is reasonable to say that the additional military expenditure of nearly 200 million francs should not be consumed so quickly. Military spending is not only in the Crimea, but also requires a lot of military spending in the country. Jerome Bonaparte explained to Morny Point, if the military expenditure of 200 million francs is only used abroad, it will definitely be able to support it for a long time, but these military expenditures are not only used abroad, and the training and expansion of the domestic army will also occupy a lot of money. Not to mention that in recent years, military academies and military crash courses have also taken up a lot of military spending. Point in this case, how can military spending be sufficient? I see. Molny nodded and replied, when? Can you hand it over to me? Jerome Bonaparte asked Morny. It can be done tonight. Molny said, well, at 8 o'clock in the evening. Morn handed him Jerome Bonaparte's speech at the Palais Bourbon tomorrow. Looking at the dense text in front of him, Jerome Bonaparte gritted his teeth and read the speech again and again, until he could read it, and recite the whole speech. Read1.com. Wait until Jerome. When Bonaparte took the speech by heart, it was already 1 AM. Yawn. Jerome Bonaparte yawned, dragging his tired body back to his room to sleep. P.S. Since Queen Augusta is still pregnant, in order not to disturb Queen Augusta's rest, the Emperor can only sleep alone. However, when the Emperor really couldn't stand the loneliness, the Queen still allowed the Emperor to go to the house of Ms. Eugenie to rest. Sunny June 13th. Britain and France are like a pair of mates who have a good heart. After the newspapers in the two countries simultaneously published the report of the occupation of Sevastopol by the coalition forces on this day, the public opinion circles and the people of the two countries immediately set off a carnival. Chapter 555. The Will of the People. If the Battle of Silistra and Arma were likened to the wood that rekindled the flame of war between the British and French people, then the capture of Sevastopol undoubtedly put a barrel of purified oil into the hearts of the British and French people. On the fire of enthusiasm, the British and French people have firmer confidence in defeating the Russian Empire. Especially in France, the original doubts about the Crimean War were completely drowned out by the fanatical national pride. Under the strong promotion of the imperial government, major newspapers began to report the French army in the Crimean War. The heroic and fearless performance. Some tabloids even shouted the slogan of "Hit Moscow, hang Nicolay." Here are some excerpts from newspapers in Paris. It was a victory for the empire, and at the same time for 30 million French. 42 years ago at this time, the tyrant Alexander used despicable means to repel the French Empire under the leadership of the late emperor. 42 years later, under the leadership of the great Emperor Jerome Bonaparte, all the French people have successfully washed away the humiliation branded on France. History has proved that only by adhering to the imperial system and firmly in the leadership of Bonaparte can France win a new tomorrow. Excerpt from Le Bonaparte. Only by adhering to the principle of one country, one nation, and one leader, uniting the broad masses of the French people, and carrying forward the policy of concentrating the strength of the majority to do major affairs, can France be able to stand up again in the international community. France in the past was really too much freedom, so that all our strength is concentrated on the parties in struggle, thus ignoring the development of France. From now on, we should unite closely in the imperial government with the emperor at the core, and make France great again. Excerpt from the Daily Truth. Although our newspaper does not agree with the ideas of His Majesty Jerome Bonaparte, we have to admit that this time the French army was able to capture Sevastopol thanks to His Majesty Jerome Bonaparte. Excerpt from the National Republican newspaper. Whether it is left, or Republican, centrist, or right, Orthodox, Catholic, after the news of the Sevastopol fortress was released, they all chose to temporarily unite around the government of Jerome Bonaparte. Because only in this way, they will not be overwhelmed by the turbulent public opinion, and become one of the non-nationals. The authority of the imperial government was strengthened like never before. Under the blessing of Sevastopol. In a short period of time, there will be no more voices that go against the will of the empire. As a future steel father said, the victor can be without any blame, questioning, and even allow the people to temporarily forget the pain they are facing now. The French people under the grand narrative view only see that the coalition forces have won one victory after another, but they selectively forget that there are thousands of deaths behind every victory. Victory obsessed people even forget that the soldiers who fought **** battles in Crimea were the same people, not just a bunch of numbers. Of course, this time the coalition forces paid a much easier price for victory than in history. From the Battle of Arma to the capture of Sevastopol, the death toll of the coalition forces was only about 6,500, of which the British Army itself contributed 3,000. This is less than the historical death toll at the Battle of Inserman, which was followed by a series of wars. Coalition forces, mainly the British Army, still endured unfavorable factors such as lack of food and clothing, and the harsh environment, to launch an attack on Sevastopol. The British and French coalition forces in this time and space are many times better than the British and French coalition forces on the historical line. As the biggest beneficiary of this war, Jérôme Bonaparte has already sat in the carriage to the Bourbon Palace. He wants to take advantage of the current frenetic atmosphere to deliver his speech to the representatives of the legislative core of the Bourbon Palace. Although the power of the current legislative council has been weakened by Jérôme Bonaparte to the point where it only has the function of voting, it can still represent the will of all the French people, especially those peasants who turn their backs to the Lois and face the sky. This seemingly illusory will is precisely an important tool that can suppress careerists and military leaders. Leaders who rely on the military to take power are afraid of being imitated by latecomers, so they do everything possible to dress their actions as the will of the whole people. Jérôme Bonaparte is also using this method to curb the rise of careerists, making them military leaders of concerns. After all, no military leader in France can win the favor of 70% of the French peasants like Jérôme Bonaparte. When the costs paid were not proportional to the benefits, most of the military leaders naturally thought of obeying the will of Paris. Not to mention, the current Jérôme Bonaparte holds the Central Theatre and the Eastern Theatre, and at the same time exercises infiltration control over the Northern and Southern theatres. Those fearless French generals could only choose to obey Jérôme Bonaparte, who was blessed by the public opinion. When Jérôme Bonaparte's frame arrived at the Bourbon Palace, the pro-government representatives who had been waiting at the gate of the Bourbon Palace for a long time rushed forward to greet him. Jérôme Bonaparte, who got down from the carriage, shook hands with each delegate with a smile on his face, and said to them, "Thank you." The representative who was shaken by Jérôme Bonaparte responded with a trembling voice to Jérôme Bonaparte and said, "It's not hard, that's what they should do." Just when the pro-government representatives thought that Jérôme Bonaparte would enter the Palais Bourbon, after shaking hands with them, Jérôme Bonaparte's next move surprised them. I saw Jérôme Bonaparte came to the front of the only representatives of the opposition, and stretched out his hand with a smile. "You are also working hard." The opposition representative, Favre, was stunned when he saw Jérôme Bonaparte stretch out his hand. "Mr. Favre, do you mean that you, a tough guy who is not afraid of death, is afraid to shake hands with me?" said Jérôme Bonaparte in a calm tone. Favre had no choice but to stretch out his hand and take it with Jérôme Bonaparte. Jérôme Bonaparte repeated to Favre in a low voice, "Representative of Favre, thank you for your hard work." Favre responded in a low voice to Jérôme Bonaparte with a stern face, "Your Majesty, congratulations on winning the favor of the French people. You temporarily won a game. It's just that the French people don't know it yet. They are cheering now. The price of victory, Mr. Representative, you're right. I only beat you temporarily." Jérôme Bonaparte nodded, then shrugged his shoulders and said, "As for the price you mentioned, it's not too much. A lot. All the costs need to be divided by 30 million, and they will become insignificant values. Your Majesty, you want to pull everyone into your chariot." Favre said with a hint of anger. "If you think so, then I have nothing to say. Look, I will make France great again." Jérôme Bonaparte let go of Favre's hand, and with the remaining few opposition representatives shook hands in turn. Surrounded by pro-government representatives, and under Favre's resentful eyes, Jérôme Bonaparte entered the right corridor of the chamber of the Bourbon Palace, waiting for the pro-government representatives and the opposition representatives to sit in the parliamentary hall. After all the delegates were seated, Jérôme Bonaparte in a suit took firm steps to the central podium in the same conference hall. In an instant, The entire parliament hall burst into warm applause, and all the representatives in the Bourbon Palace stood up at the same time to show respect to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte came to the podium with warm applause, and the applause continued for a long time after he came to the podium until he raised his hand to signal that the delegates could stop. The delegates stopped and applauded again. Back in the seat. Jerome Bonaparte, who was standing on the podium, looked at the delegates in the audience and said confidently, "Members, I'm very happy to be able to share with you in this hall that represents the will of the 30 million people of France. Meet hypocrisy." Favre muttered in disdain. "You come from all regions of France and are trusted by the people in your region. They voted for you with their precious votes, and they just want to express their attitude to me through your mouth. So I hope you can exercise caution in your own way. Rights, don't betray their trust in you." Jerome Bonaparte, as usual, reiterated the right to act as a representative of the Legislative Council. Then after a pause, he entered the topic and said, "Members of the Congress, everyone in the audience must have heard the news. Yes, the loyal and heroic French soldiers defeated the entrenched in Serbia in the Crimea Peninsula. The defenders of Sevastopol occupied Sevastopol. In this war, we defeated a total of 30,000 Russian soldiers and shattered the Russian Empire's strategy of relying on Sevastopol to conduct a defensive war. Now let's applaud our French lads." The deputies in the audience applauded, and the pro-government representatives stood up and shouted, "Long live the Empire." Even representatives of die-hard opposition like Favre had to stand up with pro-government victorious officials in this atmosphere and shout, "Long live the Empire." The applause and shouts came to an abrupt end under the signal of Jerome Bonaparte, who spoke again. "In the Crimea battlefield, we not only thank the French youth for their hard work and progress, but also I would also like to pay tribute to the commanders headed by Marshal St. Arnault and General Pelissier. It is because of their command that the French army can firmly grasp victory in their hands." As Jerome Bonaparte became more and more involved in his speech, he gradually began to break away from the speech and described the victory of Sevastopol in a passionate manner. The emotions of the delegates in the audience were aroused by Jerome Bonaparte. From time to time, some delegates shouted slogans such as "Long live the Empire" and "Long live the Emperor," so much so that Jerome Bonaparte's speeches were often interrupted by sudden shouts. At this time, Jerome Bonaparte would always stop and let the deputies finish shouting before speaking again. At the end of the speech, Jerome Bonaparte hoped that the Legislative Council could make an additional payment for the French army's actions in Crimea with a tragic tone. "We can't let our brave and fearless soldiers fight the aggressive Russians with a burning stick." The audience's speeches agreed with Jerome Bonaparte's proposal, and the additional military expenditure of 200 million francs was unanimously approved. Chapter 556. Want a prostitute? Are you worthy of Sweden? The occupation of Sevastopol not only represented a phased victory for the French Empire in the Crimean War, but also meant that the lifespan of the empire's regime was greatly extended. Favre in the audience understood that the empire created by Jerome Bonaparte might not be overthrown in a short time, and they would have to dormant for a long time until Jerome Bonaparte put him in the. After all the prestige accumulated in Crimea was exhausted, they could overthrow him. However, will Jerome Bonaparte do what they want? After the motion was passed unanimously, Jerome Bonaparte thanked all the deputies present as usual, and then left the Bourbon Palace amid the entourage of his entourage. That night, foreign envoys, generals, dignitaries, and bankers invited by the Tuileries Palace gathered in the Tuileries Palace to celebrate the victory of the French Empire in the Sevastopol fortress. All foreign envoys who are willing to accept the invitation to the Tuileries Palace understand that the reason why Jerome Bonaparte invited them at this time is nothing more than a declaration to the country behind them. Although France has been for a long time, no shot is made, but it does not mean that France has gone into decline. The power it possesses can still shake the diplomatic order of the entire European continent. No matter how much they hated this mixed revolutionary and conservative regime, they could not ignore the power of the imperial regime. The envoys who are willing to go to the Tuileries Palace all go with the purpose of making good relations with France. The regimes that have had close ties with France also want to further their relationship with each other. The ball officially started at 7 p.m. After Jerome Bonaparte arrived in the ballroom of the Tuileries Palace wearing a love dress, exclusive skin belongs to yes, everyone was surprised to find that Jerome Bonaparte accompanied Jerome Bonaparte. Bonaparte's dance partner was not Queen Augusta, but Madame Eugenie in a long sky blue dress. Queen Augusta is pregnant and cannot attend the ball. Jerome Bonaparte explained to the guests present. The guests then remembered that Queen Augusta was now pregnant, and it was no surprise that the emperor brought other ladies to the ball. In Paris, the mistress is the best social card. After a brief interlude, elegant music played in the ballroom. Jerome Bonaparte gently held Eugenie's hand and began to dance to the beautiful music. After one song, the Swedish diplomatic ambassador came to Jerome Bonaparte. "Your Majesty, can I take a moment of your time? I want to have a talk with you," the Swedish diplomatic ambassador said respectfully to Jerome Bonaparte. "Okay." Jerome Bonaparte nodded, then let go of Eugenie's hand and said apologetically, "I'm very sorry, I can't accompany you to dance the second song." "It's nothing." Eugenie shook his head and responded, "I can do it by myself." "Your Majesty, go ahead and do your work first." Jerome Bonaparte hesitated for a moment and finally took Eugenie with him. Your Majesty's relationship with Ms. Eugenie is really deep." The Swedish ambassador had pointed Jerome Bonaparte and said with emotion, "I cherish every lady who accompanied me all the way." Jerome Bonaparte replied sincerely to the Swedish ambassador. Hearing Jerome Bonaparte's answer, the Swedish ambassador was in awe. "Okay, Mr. Ambassador, don't talk about these digressions." Jerome Bonaparte asked, "Should we find a quiet place to talk? If that's the case, then it would be better." The Swedish ambassador nodded. So, Jerome Bonaparte and the Swedish ambassador quietly left the ballroom and found a secluded room to communicate. "Mr. Ambassador, I don't know what you have to do with me?" Jerome Bonaparte, who had just sat down, asked the Swedish ambassador. The Swede looked at Eugenie with a meaningful look. "Don't worry. Eugenie is not an outsider," Jerome Bonaparte replied. Since Jerome Bonaparte has said that Eugenie is not an outsider, the Swedish ambassador simply assumes that Eugenie does not exist. "Your Majesty, I think you should know what happened in our kingdom recently," the Swedish ambassador said in a cautious tone. "Kingdom of Sweden? What happened?" Jerome Bonaparte asked, pretending to be ignorant. "What happened to the kingdom of Sweden? Could it be that the Russian Empire carried out a special military operation against you?" "What is a special military operation?" the ambassador of the Kingdom of Sweden asked suspiciously. "It's another meaning of declaring war," Jerome Bonaparte explained. "That's not true." The ambassador of the Kingdom of Sweden shook his head and replied, and then added, "However, the troops of the Russian Empire have been frequently mobilized in Finland recently." "Oh." Jerome Bonaparte replied briefly with an onomatopoeia. Feeling that Jerome Bonaparte had little interest in what was going on in the Kingdom of Sweden, the Swedish ambassador said anxiously, "Your Majesty Bonaparte, just a while ago, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Great Britain, Palmerston, sent a mission to Sweden. You should know something." "Oh, know a little bit." Jerome Bonaparte continued to respond to him by pretending to be uninterested in the affairs of the Kingdom of Sweden. "Our King, the son of His Majesty John Bernadette, I hope to join you." The ambassador of the Kingdom of Sweden responded to Jerome Bonaparte, "Join us?" Jerome Bonaparte was stunned and then asked the Swedish ambassador, "What way does my Oscar brother want to join us and declare war directly on the Russian Empire? Or learn the Austrian Empire? It depends on how much you and Prime Minister Palmerston support our country," the Swiss ambassador hinted reservedly. Jerome Bonaparte immediately realized that his brother was probably trying to prostitute him and Palmerston for free. The so-called support strength is nothing more than military support. To put it uglier, the Kingdom of Sweden wants to prostitute Britain and France, mainly the army of the French Empire. Using the army of the French Empire to drive the Russian Empire out of Finland. He then led the army to retake Finland and complete the Scandinavian unification. "You should talk to Britain about this matter." Jerome Bonaparte was obviously not interested in taking chestnuts from the fire, let alone taking chestnuts from the fire for the descendants of the betrayers. "Your Majesty." Seeing this situation, the Swedish ambassador hurriedly touted, "Who does not know in the whole of Europe that the French Empire has the largest army in Europe?" "What? Does it have to do with the fact that our army is the best in Europe and the Kingdom of Sweden? Jerome Bonaparte asked. Do you want France to help you conquer Finland? Your Majesty, don't you want to defeat the Russian Empire? The Swedish ambassador asked. I do. But I don't want the soldiers of the French Empire to work hard for the expansion of other countries' territories. Jerome Bonaparte replied to the Swedish ambassador in a sarcastic tone, and he is still the descendant of the betrayer. Jerome Bonaparte's ridicule made the Swedish ambassador feel a sense of humiliation. Due to the influence of national strength and other factors, the Swedish ambassador could only suppress the humiliation in his heart, and replied to Jerome Bonaparte, then I will, don't bother you anymore. Light. Mr. Ambassador. Jerome Bonaparte stretched out his hand and made a please leave gesture to the Swedish ambassador. The humiliated Swedish ambassador left the room. After a while, Eugenie asked suspiciously, aren't you fighting with the Russian Empire? It stands to reason that you should win them over. Why do you want to fight them instead? Because they are not worth my efforts to win over. Jerome Bonaparte shrugged his shoulders and said to Eugenie, their asking price is too high. How can there be such a business in the world? Trade. Isn't this a war? Eugenie asked curiously. In fact, doing business is not much different from diplomacy. Both parties have a minimum price in their hearts, and most of the quoted prices are the highest price. If they encounter customers who are willing to buy, they will also spend their efforts to communicate with each other for a while, creating a loss. The atmosphere of selling and shouting makes buyers feel that they have made a lot of money. If you encounter customers who are unwilling to buy, even at a low price, you will be shouting. Jerome Bonaparte spread his hands and said in a frivolous tone, what a coincidence. I was the one who didn't want to buy. The Swedish ambassador probably thought they got a good price at Palmerston and asked to come to me and sell it again. Between the two of us, find one the right buyer. Aren't you afraid that they will join the United Kingdom? Eugenie asked suspiciously. Don't be afraid. Because Palmerston can't give the price of the Kingdom of Sweden at all. Jerome Bonaparte responded confidently. According to his link to the British army, if Britain wants to defeat the Russian army in Finland, it needs to invest at least 70,000 to 90,000 troops. However, the current British Kingdom's local troops do not add up to 90,000. Unless Palmerston is willing to forcibly recruit troops for the Kingdom of Sweden, it is impossible to support Sweden at all. Of course, if Palmerston was really willing to fight to the Russian Empire for the Kingdom of Sweden, Jerome Bonaparte would also welcome with both hands, and he would even send an additional fleet to ***** Britain and the Baltic Sea. Out of the fleet. Out of people. Can't. Either the British army defeated the Russian army, or the Russian army defeated the British army. Neither did it any harm to the French Empire. After all, the Russian Empire is the present enemy of the French Empire, and the British Kingdom is the future enemy of the French Empire. Chapter 557. Beautiful feat. For Jerome Bonaparte, the war with the Russian Empire was just a means for him to consolidate his own rights and expand the diplomatic space of France on the European continent. He did not want to weaken the Russian Empire too much. A weakened Russian Empire is only good for Central Europe and Britain, not for France in Western Europe. On the contrary, it will make the German region devote all their energies to guarding against France. Despite the fact that the relationship between the Austrian Empire and the French Empire is not bad, once the Russian Empire is weakened, the conflicts between France and Austria in Germany and Italy will immediately erupt. At that time, either he will lead the French army to pacify the states in the German region, or the German region will put the bayonet on his neck under the leadership of Austria and Prussia. However, as far as the current national strength and equipment are concerned, Jerome Bonaparte still has the confidence to smash the southern German vassal state before Germany can react, so that the entire German region cannot be completely integrated. Once France enters South Germany, it may be difficult for Prussia and Austria to reconcile. The French Empire just needs to destroy them one by one. But if Jerome Bonaparte really does this, you don't have to think about it. The siege of the anti-French alliance will open up again. In short, when it comes to the German region, France must not be the first country To shoot point, he will join the war only when a certain power in the German region leads his troops to declare war on another power for the unification of Germany, actually the unification of Germany and the expansion of Prussia's territory. During this period, Jerome Bonaparte had to make Prussia think that France supported their expansion point thinking. Of this, Jerome Bonaparte considered whether to give some hints to the French ambassador to Prussia so that they could advance the Prussian war a little bit. After a while, Jerome Bonaparte gave up the idea, and the most important thing at this stage is the Crimean War. In the Crimean War, the help of the Austrian Empire was indispensable. If Austria was rashly abandoned, it may lead to new variables in Crimea, and it would also make Prince Metternich and his son face the Emperor scolding in the Austrian Empire. Of course, Jerome Bonaparte doesn't care about the success of Metternich's and his son's career in the Austrian Empire, but he prefers to deal with smart people point, because smart people can judge the situation and make the right choice point. A guy who doesn't have a bit of an act middle will just mess up a stable situation point. That's right. It's you, Joseph Franz. We going back. Just as Jerome Bonaparte was thinking about it, Eugene's aureole-like voice reached Jerome Bonaparte's ear. Jerome Bonaparte, who had regained his senses, hurriedly gave Eugene a smile and said, "It's up to you." Hearing Jerome Bonaparte's answer, Eugene also showed a smile on his face point. After a short confrontation between heaven and man, Eugene shook his head and said, "Forget it. I may not be suitable for such a serious dance. My existence will only embarrass you." In the face of Eugene's self-deprecation, Jerome Bonaparte first denied it. How could it be? Then he praised, "Don't you find that you are the most beautiful of all the ladies here today? It's my honor to be able to attend the dance with a beautiful lady." After speaking, Jerome Bonaparte stood up and bowed to Eugene in a gentlemanly manner, then stretched out his hand and said to Eugene, "Beautiful Miss Eugenie, could you please accompany me to dance another dance?" Dance. Eugene smiled and nodded, got up and put the palm of the catkin on Jerome Bonaparte's. Jerome Bonaparte gently took Eugene's hand and returned to the ballroom with her. When Jerome Bonaparte and Eugene returned to the ballroom, the new movement of the court orchestra had just been played. Jerome Bonaparte and Eugene quickly adjusted to the tune and started dancing. After the song ended, Jerome Bonaparte let go of Eugene and asked her how she felt. Eugene smiled and nodded. Just as Jerome Bonaparte and Eugene were about to dance the next dance, an uninvited guest came to Jerome Bonaparte. "Who are you?" Jerome Bonaparte looked curiously at the middle-aged man in a black suit with a rounded body. Judging from his clothes and attire, Jerome Bonaparte did not feel the temperament of a traditional aristocrat, but instead had the aura of an Alvorish, so he concluded that the person in front of him must be from the New World. "Your Majesty, I'm John Young Mason, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the United States of America to France." The Ambassador Mason hurriedly introduced himself to Jerome Bonaparte. "Ambassador of the United States?" Jerome Bonaparte could only let go of Eugene again and said, "Is there anything wrong with you? Your Majesty, I want to have a simple conversation with you." Ambassador Mason said deferentially, and then emphasized, "Please rest assured. I promise that it won't take too much time." Damn it. Why does this kind of thing always have to be said at the dance? Is there anything I can't go to the foreign minister for? Jerome Bonaparte's eyes flashed with annoyance. This was the first time he was bored with diplomacy. Tired of boredom, Jerome Bonaparte really did not dare to entrust D. Louis with all his diplomacy. After all, D. Louis did not stand on the shoulders of giants. Like he did point, certain major directions still need to be controlled by Jerome Bonaparte himself. "I want to discuss it with my dance partner." Jerome Bonaparte responded, "Thank you so much." Mason wisely distanced himself from Jerome Bonaparte and Eugene. "Sorry," Jerome Bonaparte said to Eugene with a little guilt. "Your Majesty, I understand you. After all, you control the fate of a country, so you don't need to apologize to me." Eugene shook his head and said to Jerome Bonaparte, "Then I'm over." Jerome Bonaparte pointed to Mason, who was not far from them. "Okay." Jerome Bonaparte, with the consent of Eugene, came to Mason and repeated what he had said to the Swedish minister. Ambassador Mason agreed to Jerome Bonaparte's suggestion and left the hall with Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte, who was walking in the corridors of the Tuileries Palace, pushed open the door of a room and entered, and Ambassador Mason followed closely into the room. The two people sitting on the sofa face to face began to communicate. Ambassador Mason, I don't know what you have to do with me, Jerome Bonaparte asked Ambassador Mason. It is so. Ambassador Mason said to Jerome Bonaparte, we have some exchanges, translation is trade, with the Russian Empire, and your country and the Kingdom of Britain have hindered this since the beginning of the war exchange, so we hope to. Before Ambassador Mason could finish speaking, Jerome Bonaparte asked, does the United States of America want to join the Russian Empire and declare war against the Empire and the Kingdom of Great Britain? As soon as Jerome Bonaparte finished speaking, Ambassador Mason's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly denied it. No. The United States of America has always been a neutral country. Since the United States of America has chosen neutrality, why do you still trade with the Russian Empire? Don't you know that we are in a war phase? Any country that finances the Russian Empire in any form will be demonstrably provocative against the French Empire. Bonaparte's tone couldn't help being much more severe. Your Majesty, there seems to be no law that says that neutral countries cannot trade with countries that are at war. Ambassador Mason's tone was also tougher than before. For the present United States of America, the Russian Empire is their most important partner in Europe. There are more trade exchanges between the United States and Russia than the United States, France, and the United States. It can be said that the Russian Empire is the most important trade market for the United States. Especially in the early days of the Crimean War, the Russian Empire had to turn to the United States of America in some areas, and the exchanges between the two sides became more frequent. Orders from the Russian Empire arrived in the United States via the Baltic Sea, spawning a short-lived prosperity in the United States of America. With the Anglo-French fleet bound to ships in the Baltic, the ships of the United States of America bound for the Russian Empire were seized immediately upon arrival in the Baltic. The Russian Empire refused to pay the United States of America for not seeing the equipment. As a last resort, the United States of America wants to use diplomatic means. You read www.can'tcom asked Britain and France to liberate the seized ships. The United States has the right to trade with the Russian Empire, and we also have the right to seize your ships. Not to mention, your ships themselves have a lot of guns and ammunition. You have seriously violated the principle of neutrality. This move by the United States of America, it's like shooting yourself in the foot. Jerome Bonaparte protested to Mason, every bullet you send to the Russian Empire will help the Russian Empire shoot our soldiers. Then we can guarantee that we will not transport weapons and equipment in the future. That should be fine. Ambassador Mason asked Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte shook his head and said, no. Any assistance from the United States of America to the Russian Empire will become the driving force for the Russian Empire to continue the war. We will never allow this to happen. If this is the case, the United States of America may have to reconsider its relationship with the French Empire. Chapter 558, European version of the Monroe Doctrine. If this is the case, then the United States may reconsider its relationship with the French Empire. Ambassador Mason euphemistically expressed his dissatisfaction with the French Empire to Jerome Bonaparte, but his words were slightly aggressive. However, it was such a ruthless remark that Ambassador Mason thought was normal, but it was so harsh in Jerome Bonaparte's ear. I think that the United States of America is provoking the French Empire. Jerome Bonaparte sneered and said to Ambassador Mason, Your Majesty, we only want to maintain freedom of trade. If you really think so, then I have nothing to say. Ambassador Mason said confidently. He seemed to be certain that Jerome Bonaparte would choose the right concession by the United States of America. It's just that Ambassador Mason didn't know that the monarch in front of him was actually a traveler, and his previous life was a senior anti-American. Ambassador Mason's behavior was to step on Jerome Bonaparte's restricted area. Since Ambassador Mason insists on free trade, I have nothing to say. If the United States of America really wants free trade, then please declare war on the French Empire. As long as you can win the French Empire, you will get what you want. Everything you want. Jerome Bonaparte directly sent a message of war to Ambassador Mason. In the face of Jerome Bonaparte's sudden threat of war, Ambassador Mason was a little caught off guard. He originally wanted to let the French Empire raise his hand and let the United States of America go, but he never thought of starting a war with the French Empire. In this era, the United States of America is not the giant country of later generations, and it can only bully the Mexican Republic on its doorstep. As for the military strength of the Mexican Republic, France only needs to dispatch 50,000 people to completely defeat their entire army. The combat effectiveness of the United States of America can be imagined. Afraid of getting burned, Ambassador Mason hurried to remedy. "No, Your Majesty, you misunderstood me. We are not waging war against your country." Just before Ambassador Mason could finish speaking, Jerome Bonaparte rudely interrupted. "Your Excellency Ambassador, I'm afraid there is nothing to talk about between us. Either the United States of America declares war on the French Empire, or the United States will hold it for me. Lestiem, give me a sense of presence in Europe. Europe is the Europe of Europeans, not the Europe of your new world." After speaking, Jerome Bonaparte got up and left the room, leaving Ambassador Mason alone in the room. I seem to have messed up. When Ambassador Mason sorted out the situation and wanted to return to the ball hall to communicate with Jerome Bonaparte again, the royal administrator Mocha appeared in front of Ambassador Mason. "Your Excellency, what's the matter with you?" Ambassador Mason asked, looking at Mocha, who was blocking his way. "Ambassador Mason, you are now on the Tuileries Palace undesirable list. Please leave immediately." Mocha responded bluntly to Ambassador Mason. When he heard that he was blacklisted, Ambassador Mason's expression froze immediately. As a diplomatic ambassador, he could not understand why the emperor punished him in such a severe way. Once the news of Mason's blacklisting spreads from the Tuileries Palace, the doors of the entire French upper class will be completely closed to him. Ambassador Mason's diplomacy has come to an end. He can't even imagine how he will be treated after returning to the United States of America with such a big diplomatic stain on his back. "Your Majesty, can you let me meet His Majesty? I really didn't mean that." "Really?" Ambassador Mason pleaded to Mocha. "Please leave the Tuileries Palace immediately, Mr. Mason." Mocha put on a face that no one would approach and responded strongly to Ambassador Mason. "I beg you, let me meet His Majesty one more time. Just one day is fine." Ambassador Mason continued to plead bitterly. "No, the only order I received was to ask you to leave." Mocha ignored Ambassador Mason's plea at all. "If you don't leave, I will order the guards to invite you out." Seeing that Mocha had no intention of being accommodating, Ambassador Mason had to leave the Tuileries Palace voluntarily. He didn't want to be invited out of the Tuileries Palace by forceful means. On the other hand, Jerome Bonaparte, who returned to the ball hall, immediately found Lord Cowley, the British ambassador to France, in the crowd, and rushed in his direction. At this time, when Lord Cowley saw Jerome Bonaparte gradually approaching him, he expected that Jerome Bonaparte must have something to look for him. Then Lord Cowley let go of his partner's hand and told him that he could no longer dance with her. After hearing Lord Cowley's response, Lord Cowley's dance partner showed a displeased look on his face. However, the next second the dance partner's expression changed from displeased to submissive. Because Jerome Bonaparte has come to them. "Your Majesty." Lord Cowley saluted Jerome Bonaparte with his partner, Ambassador Cowley. "I didn't disturb you?" Jerome Bonaparte glanced at Lord Cowley and asked knowingly. No. Lord Cowley repeatedly denied. "That's good." Jerome Bonaparte also practiced the ability to open his eyes and talk nonsense. "Since you have nothing to do now, can you come with me? Let's find a quiet place to discuss one time." Lord Cowley glanced at his dance partner, smiled apologetically at her, then looked at Jerome Bonaparte again and said, "Of course, Your Majesty. Let's go then." Jerome Bonaparte left the ballroom with Lord Cowley. This time, Jerome Bonaparte did not take Lord Cowley to the room, but took him to the garden outside the Tuileries Palace. Walking on the garden path, Jerome Bonaparte looked at the bright moon in the sky and asked Ambassador Cowley, "Mr. Cowley, what does your British government think of the United States of America?" "Your Majesty, I'm only the British ambassador to France, not the British ambassador to the United States, nor the foreign secretary. You ask me what the British government thinks of the United States of America. I'm afraid it is difficult for me to answer your question." M. Bonaparte responded. Lord Cowley didn't want to make any comments until he knew about Jerome Bonaparte's attitude towards America. Just now, Mason, the American ambassador, came to talk to me. Jerome Bonaparte said to himself. Ambassador Cowley looked at Jerome Bonaparte with a surprised expression and then asked tentatively, "Your Majesty, can you take the liberty to ask what you have discussed with the American ambassador? It's nothing more than a question of navigating the Baltic Sea." Jerome Bonaparte shrugged and replied to Lord Cowley with an air of indifference, "You promised them?" Ambassador Cowley couldn't help asking, "This is the question I want to ask you. How are the negotiations between the British government and the United States of America?" Jerome Bonaparte asked in return, and then emphasized, "Ambassador Cowley, what do you think of me? The answer affects my next reply to you." After thinking for a while, Ambassador Cowley responded to Jerome Bonaparte, "The British government is currently discussing this issue. However, the vast majority of ministers in the cabinet believe that Britain should not let the United States of America go ships over, because that would give the Russian Empire a chance to breathe." It turned out that Ambassador Cowley's message was out of date. "Look, don't you know everything?" Jerome Bonaparte said frivolously. "Your Majesty, these are actually secrets." Ambassador Cowley replied with a wry smile, "I told you it violated the principles of being an ambassador. Confidential. Confidential. How can there be so many secrets in the world?" Jerome Bonaparte responded disdainfully, "Isn't that the number of secrets that the Times leaks every year? Why do you convict a person of treason?" "Your Majesty, the newspaper has the right to direct and supervise the government." Lord Cowley responded politely, "Instruction and supervision? I think it's a fire all day long." Jerome Bonaparte showed a schadenfreude smile at the corner of his mouth. In a sense, the anti-establishment newspapers headed by the Times can be regarded as good partners of France. The damage they caused to Britain can be said to be completely greater than the strength of a division. The current subjects of the Kingdom of Britain are proud of the achievements of the Kingdom of Britain. Riyadh1.com. And at the same time they are caught in the cycle of how is this country? I'm indebted to the general people, I'm thinking about it, and I'm asking about it. It can be said to be extremely precise. This is democracy, said Lord Cowley proudly to Jerome Bonaparte. Democracy for the few. Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help but muttered in his heart, "Your Majesty, haven't you told me the result of your conversation with the American ambassador?" Lord Cowley brought the topic that had deviated back to the right track. "As a result of our conversation, we broke up naturally." Jerome Bonaparte replied to Lord Cowley. Hearing Jerome Bonaparte's answer, Lord Cowley finally relaxed. He didn't want to see the French Empire make peace with the United States of America alone with their backs to them. However, what Jerome Bonaparte said next scared Ambassador Cowley enough. I not only rejected his request, but also declared a state of quasi-war with the United States of America. Ambassador Mason has also been drawn into the Tuileries Palace's unpopular blacklist by me. Jerome Bonaparte nodded slightly, then responded to Ambassador Cowley. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 559. The Entrapment. Ambassador Cowley. Your Majesty, please forgive me for being blunt. Your actions towards the United States of America are pushing our originally neutral country into the arms of the Russian Empire. Ambassador Cowley's remarks provoked a sneer from Jerome Bonaparte. He understood that the reason why Ambassador Cowley had such a big reaction was because he was worried that the Kingdom of Britain would be involved in the war with the New World by the French Empire. After all, no matter how good the French Empire is, the United States of America will not travel across the ocean to attack. The French Empire had completely lost the interests of the New World as early as the First Empire. And the Kingdom of Great Britain and Canada, also called the Province of Canada at this time, the original American-British War was for the benefit of Canada Province. Although the Kingdom of Great Britain defeated the United States of America with its strong national strength, the Kingdom of Great Britain itself was also not feeling well. Therefore, the Kingdom of Britain signed an armistice with the United States of America in 1815, and was forced to recognize the independence of the United States of America. Today, Jerome Bonaparte's behavior of overthrowing the United States is clearly putting Britain on the fire. Ambassador Cowley, Ambassador Mason is threatening me with joining the Russian Empire. Jerome Bonaparte responded to Ambassador Cowley and then raised his head to reveal the unique arrogance of a nobleman. It's just a group of people from the Navajo who came out of our place dared to threaten us with war. I'm afraid they have long forgotten that the reason why they were able to establish their country independently depended on our help. If it weren't for us having said that, Jerome Bonaparte paused and glanced at Ambassador Cowley. At this time, Ambassador Cowley's face was slightly embarrassed because the victims of the independence of the 13 states in North America were the British Kingdom. I'm afraid that Louis XVI could not have imagined that the United States of America, which he sold his head to aid, would smash the hegemony of Britain and the colonial empire of the French Republic. After more than 200 years, it can be said that the United States of America also indirectly avenged Louis XVI. Since this history is not conducive to the unity of Britain and France, Jerome Bonaparte shook his head and stopped abruptly. Forget it. These are all things of old sesame and rotten millet. I mean, if the United States of America can ride on the head of the French Empire and shit, then what is the majesty of the French Empire? Ambassador Cowley, I think you should understand what the French nation longs for. Jerome Bonaparte asked himself and answered, its dignity. It's the most basic respect of a big country, so I have to fulfill their little wish. But, Your Majesty, you don't need to use such an extreme method. Ambassador Cowley understood that Jerome Bonaparte, as a leader of a country that dared to send the king to the guillotine, he must create a satisfied subject image. If a character cannot be created to satisfy the citizens of Paris, the citizens of Paris will not hesitate to overthrow it. The original Louis Philippe created an image of close to the people, which made his the kingdom survive for 18 years before it was overthrown. Then, what method should I use? Promise the conditions of the United States of America. Let the ships of the United States of America pass over? Jerome Bonaparte asked himself and answered, I'm afraid I just agreed to Ambassador Mason's conditions on the front foot, and the United States on the back foot. The US will have to go a long way to put prohibited items on board. At that time, how should I explain to the citizens of Paris and the soldiers on the front lines? Your Majesty, in fact, we only need to order the United States of America not to send weapons. If it can't be done, we will use delaying tactics against Murray. There is no need to make the relationship so stiff. It's not good for us. Ambassador Cowley continued to persuade meticulously. Jerome Bonaparte wrote, I'm sorry. Since things have developed like this, it is impossible for me to take my life back. Jerome Bonaparte would not give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Anyway, France's interests in the United States of America have been transferred gradually to China, and most of the companies remaining in the United States of America are shell companies. Even if they are confiscated by the United States, he will not feel bad. Moreover, the current United States of America is not the relatively centralized state of the future. The system of the United States of America during this period was not so much a federal system as it was a slightly centralized system of confederation. According to the Constitution of the United States of America, every state has the right to secede from the United States. However, whether or not to be beaten after quitting depends on Washington. Your Majesty, I still implore you to talk to the ambassador of the United States of America again. Don't cause the two countries to fight each other because of this trivial matter. Ambassador Cowley continued to persuade Jerome Bonaparte painstakingly. So Britain is not ready to stand with us on this issue? Jerome Bonaparte said to Ambassador Cowley with a faint displeasure on his face. Your Majesty, it's not that we don't want to stand with you. Ambassador Cowley quickly responded to Jerome Bonaparte. He didn't want to lose the French Empire at this time. The strength of the French Empire at the Battle of Sevastopol was enough for the British Kingdom to try its best to win over. As for the possibility that France's military might threaten Britain, this only exists in the future. Further, the French Empire could not have crossed the Strait of La Manche. Therefore, the Kingdom of Great Britain is not at all worried about the current threat to the French Empire. Only by winning the current Crimean War can the British Kingdom be able to talk about the future. Then, what do you want to do? Support the demands of the United States of America, or support our actions against the United States of America? Jerome Bonaparte was determined to corner Ambassador Cowley. He doesn't care whether the United States of America will join the Crimean War or not, as long as he can provoke the contradiction between Britain and the United States, and remind the British Kingdom of the hatred at the beginning point. After all, the United States of America has yet to go through a catastrophic point this time. Nothing Jerome Bonaparte said would make the United States of America safe. Of course we support you. The united front value of the French Empire is obviously higher than that of the United States of America, and Ambassador Cowley can only choose to support the French Empire. However, we still hope. That's good. Before Ambassador Cowley could finish speaking, Jerome Bonaparte directly interrupted. Ambassador Cowley, I'm done talking about my business. Let's go back to the hall together. Looking at the wayward monarch in front of him, Ambassador Cowley showed a helpless smile, and he decided to spread the news to London immediately after the return ball was over. The telegraph line between the Kingdom of Great Britain and the French Empire is now complete, and Ambassador Cowley no longer has to send a special message back to London. Shortly after, Jerome Bonaparte and Ambassador Cowley returned to the ball. The ball was disbanded, and envoys from various countries bid farewell to Jerome Bonaparte one after another. During the farewell of the envoys of various countries, Ambassador Cowley carefully observed the ambassadors who came to the Tuileries Palace, and found that the American ambassador was not among them. When Ambassador Cowley and his dance partner bid farewell to Jerome Bonaparte lowered his voice and said to Ambassador Cowley, "Mr. Ambassador, I will wait here at the Tuileries Palace. Your news." "Yes, Your Majesty." Ambassador Cowley responded helplessly, and then left the Tuileries Palace with his dance partner. After all the guests had left, Jerome Bonaparte called Mockett again, and gave him an order. "Send a telegram to our old friends in London immediately, and tell them there is a good chance that the British cabinet will compromise with the United States of America." The old friends in Jerome Bonaparte's mouth are nothing more than some newspapers that dare to expose British politics, and at the same time sell very well. These newspapers with strong influence can completely sway the political trend of Britain. Jerome Bonaparte believes that the wolf warriors of the Kingdom of Great Britain will definitely give him a big surprise. Of course, this may not come as a surprise to the Palmerston government, but as a shock. "Yes, Your Majesty," Mocker quickly responded. On the other hand, Ambassador Cowley, returning to the British Embassy, went straight to the telegraph operator's bedroom. After successfully knocking on the door of the telegraph operator's bedroom, he gave an order to the operator: "Send a telegram to London right now, saying that the French Empire and the United States of America have not reached an agreement on trade issues, and that they are even slowly heading for war." Edge. "Yes, Ambassador." The telegraph operator responded quickly, then brought the kerosene lamp in the room to the door of the telegraph room, took out the key, and opened the door of the telegraph room. The sound of tick-tock sounded from the telegraph room. After a while, the tick-tock sound stopped, and the telegraph operator came out of the room, and replied to the ambassador: "Mr. Ambassador, Riyadh1.com, I have what you said was sent to Britain without a word. Thank you for your hard work." Ambassador Cowley nodded, then patted the telegraph operator on the shoulder. "Nothing. This is what I should do." The telegraph operator responded. "You should rest early too." After all, the telegraph operator returned to his bedroom, and Cowley, who watched the telegraph operator returns to his bedroom, also returned to his room. An hour later, a telegraph branch under the British Foreign Office. The telegraph operator in charge of the vigil sat yawning in front of the telegraph machine, and just as the telegraph operator was bored, the sound of tick-tock sounded. The telegraph operator, who was about to fall asleep, immediately regained his spirits after hearing such a familiar voice. He quickly picked up the Bigeon telegraph in his hand to record all the sounds made by the telegraph. After the telegraph stopped beeping, the telegraph operator translated everything he had recorded according to the telegraph's language instructions. After reading it through, I handed it over to my superior department. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 560, Palmerston's Ambition. At the same time that the British Foreign Office received a telegram from the French embassy, the telegraph office of the Times also received a message from the French horse agency, or in the name of horse agency. When the Times telegraph operator translated Morse code into text and read it through, he immediately broke into the editor-in-chief's office that was left behind at the Times. Editor-in-chief, big news. Big news. The telegraph operator shouted to the editor-in-chief, who was lying on the table while shaking the telegram in his hand. The editor-in-chief, who heard the call of the telegraph operator, opened his sleepy eyes, yawned and asked lazily, "What's the big news?" Look. The telegraph operator hurriedly slapped the telegram in front of the editor-in-chief. The editor-in-chief picked up the telegram and began to check the contents of the telegram. After a while, the originally lazy editor-in-chief actually froze miraculously. "It's really big news." The editor-in-chief clenched his fists excitedly and said, "It must be on the front page, and it must have a striking headline. It must also appear in today's newspaper." However, the editor-in-chief of our newspaper today has already started printing and typeset. If we let the workers re-edit the typesetting, I'm afraid it will cost a lot of money. Or wait a day. The telegraph operator, based on cost considerations, suggested to the editor-in-chief. "No. Can't wait until tomorrow," the editor-in-chief said firmly, and then explained to the telegraph operator, "The most important thing in news is timeliness, and timeliness. The success of a newspaper depends on whether it has first-hand information. One day's publication will certainly save us a cost, but the impact is indeed irreversible by 10 times the cost. We must not allow our loyal subscribers to lag behind in the news." "Other newspapers? You mean other newspapers besides we have also received this news?" the telegraph operator asked suspiciously. "I can be sure. This news is definitely not only received by our family. Many influential newspapers may have received this news." The editor-in-chief responded to the telegraph operator in a determined tone. "Why would they do this?" The telegraph operator was still puzzled. "We don't need to understand why. We just need to know that when we received the telegram, we already had a competitor." The editor-in-chief responded to the telegraph operator and then gave him an order. "You immediately go to the printing house and tell the workers at the printing house to stop printing immediately and wait for the next move." "Yes." The telegraph operator who received the order quickly replied. "Go." The editor-in-chief waved his hand and remember to act fast." The editor-in-chief, who watched the telegraph operator, left the office, opened the drawer, and took out the paper and pen. This time he was going to polish the short news and make it a more readable article. After sitting in the office and polishing for more than an hour, a brand new article appeared on the paper. After reading the article carefully, the editor-in-chief is quite satisfied with the article he has written. Although I said that I haven't written an article for a long time, my pen power has not declined in any way. It's enough to have a title that matches this article." The editor-in-chief murmured, and then wrote one title after another on another piece of scrap paper. However, he was dissatisfied with every title, and always felt that there was a lack of criticism. What should be the title? The editor-in-chief scratched his head vigorously. The editor-in-chief, who really couldn't think of the title, had to find out all the recent newspapers at home and abroad, and he hoped to find the answer from these newspapers. It wasn't until he saw a headline in the Bonaparte that inspiration flooded into his brain like a fountain. The editor-in-chief seized the opportunity to quickly record his thoughts, and an article with the headline "A Letter to the Prime Minister of Britain" appeared on the scratch paper. After writing the article, the editor-in-chief glanced at the time. At this time, there were nearly 3 hours before dawn, 5 o'clock, so he had to hurry up. So, the editor-in-chief was going to the printing factory to explain the task in person. When the editor-in-chief arrived at the gate of the printing house, the entire printing house was eerily quiet, and all the workers in the printing house seemed to have left. "No way. Didn't I tell them to wait?" Looking at the quiet printing factory in front of him, the editor-in-chief felt a sense of anxiety. Just when the editor-in-chief thought that the printing house was empty, a figure came out of the printing house. The figure glanced at the editor-in-chief standing under the gas lamp and hurriedly said, "Editor-in-chief, you are here." The editor-in-chief walked quickly in front of him. It turned out that the figure was the telegraph operator of the printing factory. He hurriedly asked, "What is going on here?" Why is there no movement in the printing house? Didn't you say don't start work? So I didn't let the workers start work. The telegraph operator responded to the editor-in-chief. Look at my brain. The editor-in-chief just remembered that he really told them not to do it. Who would have thought that, after writing an article, he would forget about this matter? You immediately hand this over to the workers in the printing plant and let them hurry up. The editor-in-chief handed the article over to the telegraph operator and said to him, okay. The telegraph operator nodded and entered the printing house. The editor-in-chief also followed closely into the printing house. Wake up. Wake up. I'm still working. The workers who were sleeping were awake with a voice, and they forced themselves to fall asleep and started working. After about 2.5 hours of work, tens of thousands of newspapers were produced by the workers of the printing house. The editor-in-chief nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the newspapers that were still wet with ink hanging on the rope. After half an hour, the ink will solidify when the first rays of dawn emerged from the shimmering waters of the Thames. The editor-in-chief began to order the workers of the printing house to remove all the papers from the ropes. Exhausted printer workers were reluctant to put away tens of thousands of newspapers at this time. It was about 6 o'clock. Newsboys from all over London came to the door of the printing house, as if they had agreed in advance. They lined up to wait for the newspapers. One by one, the editor-in-chief enthusiastically instructed the workers to distribute the newspapers to the newsboys, and then instructed the newsboys to sell more newspapers. After all the newsboys got their own newspaper, the editor-in-chief looked at the rest of the newspapers. By this time it was 7 AM, and the newspaper delivery man of the Times arrived at the printing house. This is yours, this is yours. The editor-in-chief handed the newspaper to the home delivery man and instructed them to deliver the newspaper to the subscribers. Although the delivery men present were all wondering why the editor-in-chief appeared here, none of them dared to ask the editor-in-chief. After all the newspapers were distributed, a sense of exhaustion swept over the editor-in-chief. I went back to rest. You should go back early too. The editor-in-chief yawned and said to the telegraph operator, then left the printing house. 9 o'clock in the morning. 10 Downing Street Mansion. As the Prime Minister of the Cabinet, Palmerston officially started his new day at work. He first asked his private secretary about his schedule for today. The private secretary shook his head and told Palmerston that there were no plans for today. If there is no emergency, so I can have a proper day off. Palmerston responded to the private secretary with a smile as he walked to the sofa and sat down. Your Excellency Prime Minister, of course. The private secretary nodded respectfully. That's good. Palmerston nodded and then ordered to the private secretary, can you help me get the Times newspaper on the table? I'll take a look. Palmerston, a loyal user of the Times, doesn't want to miss any issue. Although the Times now criticizes him far more than praises him, this has not diminished Palmerston's interest in the Times after all. Which cabinet has not been criticized by the Times? How can it be Prime Minister if it can't stand even a little criticism? Yes, Prime Minister. The private secretary handed Palmerston the paper. Palmerston, who took over the Times, looked at the headline titled A Letter to the Prime Minister of Britain in the Times, and was convinced that the content of the Times was probably a criticism of a cabinet minister. After all, who has nothing to write to the Prime Minister? Thinking of this, Palmerston couldn't help but gloat over the misfortune, but he was very happy to see his ministers slump. Riyadh1.com. After all, most of the ministers who formed the cabinet with him are not with him. How many people he has in common, and even some who oppose him. After the Aberdeen cabinet was overthrown, the cabinet formed by Palmerston was a hardline cabinet in name, but it was actually a cabinet under the guise of a hardline. The members of the cabinet dealt with the Russian Empire very differently from Palmerston, and some cabinet ministers believed that the British Kingdom, which had occupied the fortress of Sevastopol, should stop and negotiate with Russia as soon as possible. Another part argues that the British Kingdom should open a dialogue with the Russian Empire after the occupation of Crimea. Palmerston himself was dissatisfied with both sections according to his ideas. The Russian Empire must be completely direct. The Caucasus, Crimea, and the coast, Odessa, should restore the rule of the Ottoman Empire. Finland should be returned to Sweden, and Poland should be established as a Grand Duchy. of Poland. The Kingdom of Prussia can expand to the Baltic Sea. The Austrian Empire should expand to Bessarabia. In short, in Palmerston's blueprint, the best outcome for the Russian Empire is to return to the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Chapter 561. Bitter America. When Palmerston read the entire report with the mentality of eating melons, a touch of anger and helplessness appeared on his face. The article was sparked by the information received on the weak attitude of the British Kingdom towards the United States of America, and the national frenzy, which had just been ignited by Palmerston, and had not yet been completely burned, represented the citizens of Britain. Here first to the payment of this part of the tax. Challenge the British cabinet by questioning why the Kingdom of Britain should compromise with the United States of America. It is derived whether there is a lobby group in Britain that accepts the United States of America dollars and serves the interests of the United States of America. Although Palmerston himself did receive a portion of the bribe from the United States of America, he dared to touch his conscience to assure himself that he had done no harm to Britain's interests. At the end of the article, the Times called on Palmerston to thoroughly investigate the traitors and £50 within the British Kingdom, and return a harmonious environment to the British people. Although every word in the article does not refer to the British cabinet in Palmerston, every sentence reveals that it is Palmerston who is the protagonist, who is acting as a compromise with the United States of America. Where is this letter written to him, clearly wanting to put him on the fire, to roast the torture tool? Palmerston understood that, after the publication of this article in the Times, he probably could no longer take a step back toward the United States of America. Once Palmerston chooses to back down from the United States of America, it is bound to set off a wave in the field of newspapers. Palmerston, who is at the center of the wave, is likely to be completely engulfed by the wave of public opinion. At that time, Palmerston may face the risk of the end of his political life. Death was not the most terrible thing for Palmerston, but the end of his political life was the hardest thing for him to accept. In order not to end his political life, Palmerston decided to do something. Just as Palmerston was about to call his private secretary in front of him, when he gave him an order, his private secretary pushed open the door and walked in. "Just in time for you," Palmerston replied to the private secretary. "Your Excellency Prime Minister, what are your orders?" The private secretary hurriedly asked. "Go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs immediately and call Earl of Clarendon over." Palmerston ordered the private secretary. "Just say, I have something to discuss with him. Let him come right away." "Your Excellency, Prime Minister, I'm about to report to you." The private secretary responded to Palmerston without end. "Report? What?" Palmerston looked at the private secretary suspiciously. "The Earl of Clarendon is waiting outside the door now," the private secretary explained immediately, before adding, "He said he also had something important to discuss with you." "Mod, he saw this report in the Times too?" Palmerston muttered subconsciously. Since the distance between Palmerston and the private secretary is about 5 or 6 meters, and Palmerston's voice was a little low just now, the private secretary did not understand what Palmerston said. He hurriedly asked, "Prime Minister, what did you say?" "It's nothing." Palmerston shook his head, then waved at the private secretary. "Go and call Earl Clarendon." "Yes." The private secretary, who heard Palmerston's order, turned and left. After a while, the Earl of Clarendon, the British Foreign Secretary, appeared before Palmerston with a document in his hand. "Prime Minister Palmerston." The Earl of Clarendon bowed slightly to Palmerston, to show respect for the position of Prime Minister. "Secretary Villiers." "Name of the Earl of Clarendon." "Sit down." Palmerston invited the Earl of Clarendon to sit down. Then he ordered the private secretary sitting near the gate, "Please bring me 2 cups of black tea." "Yes." The private secretary, who had just sat down, had to stand up from his chair and make tea for Palmerston and Villiers. "Villiers, what is your business with me?" Palmerston asked Earl Clarendon, while the private secretary was leaving. "It's such a Prime Minister." Earl Clarendon handed the document to Prime Minister Palmerston and explained the contents of the document to Prime Minister Palmerston. "Just last night, our Foreign Office received a letter from Cowley, the ambassador's telegram. The telegram is at the top of the file." "Ambassador Cowley?" Palmerston repeated, then asked, "Did something happen to the French Empire?" "That's right. the Earl of Clarendon said to Palmerston with a wry smile. Ambassador Cowley said in his telegram that just last night, the Emperor of France held a gala ball at the Tuileries Palace. Ambassadors, politicians and armies. During the ball, Ambassador Cowley was individually summoned by the Emperor of France. The Emperor told him that negotiations between the French Empire and the United States of America had broken down. What? Palmers was surprised and hurriedly asked, how did the negotiation break down? This Ambassador Cowley did not discuss in detail in the telegram. However, the French Emperor's attitude towards the United States of America is very tough. Earl Clarendon said to Palmerston, so, the French Empire wants our help? Palmerston asked the Earl of Clarendon. The French Empire hopes that we can stand with them and boycott the United States of America. Count Clarendon replied. Boycott the United States of America? Palmerston repeated, his expression slightly unnatural. That's right. Earl Clarendon replied to Palmerston, nodding suspiciously. This is really a coincidence. Palmerston said to himself with a stunned expression, Your Excellency, what is a coincidence? I can't understand a word. Earl Clarendon asked Palmerston. Look at this. Palmerston put the Times in front of Clarendon and said to Clarendon, just look at the front page content. Clarendon picked up the newspaper and immersed himself in reading it. After a while, he raised his head again and responded to Palmerston, this is too coincidental. I'm right. Palmerston talked back to Clarendon. Your Excellency Prime Minister, in my opinion, the Times and the French Empire may seem to have some tricks and troubles. Clarendon offered his opinion to Palmerston. It's not ruled out. Palmerston nodded in agreement with Clarendon's guess, and then added, however, it also doesn't rule out that the Times got it through some money-seeking guys within us. This news, as the big brother of the British newspaper industry, how can the Times not have any secret channels? According to Palmerston's knowledge of the Times and British politics, there are many public officials in the government who are on good terms with the editor-in-chief of the Times. They provide the Times with high-quality contacts, and the Times needs to pay them a generous sum of money remuneration. Point in this win-win mode, the Times got news faster than him, the Prime Minister. After all, the characteristic of bureaucracy is that it is passed down level by level, and by the time the news reaches him, he does not know how much time has passed. P.S. During the Crimean War in history, the Times relied on professional war correspondents and perfect information channels, so that they could always get news half a step from the government. This also led to the state, number and mental outlook of the Kingdom of Britain on the Crimean Peninsula, all of which was shaken by the Times and Nicholas I, who was far away in street strategy, so much so that Commander Aglan scolded the Times for treason. However, this is not the time to discuss where the Times got this news, whether it's to appease the British citizens or to win over the French Empire. In short, we must act. Palmerston said. The Earl of Clarendon dropped by. Your Excellency, what do you mean? Clarendon asked. Reject the request of the United States of America. At the same time urge the United States of America to strictly observe neutrality. Palmerston said to the Earl of Clarendon. What if the United States of America is unwilling to accept it? Asked the Earl of Clarendon. Trust me, they'll take it. Palmerston responded confidently to the Earl of Clarendon, who knew the Americans too well. Yes. Clarendon obeyed Palmerston's order. When the Earl of Clarendon returned to the Foreign Office, he immediately summoned James Buchanan, the ambassador of the Kingdom of Great Britain to the United States of America, and the future 15th President of the United States of America. Condition, Your Excellency Count Riyadh 1. I remember you told me a few days ago that, as long as we can strictly abide by the neutrality treaty, your country will not seize our ships. It has only been a few days, you guys, why did you suddenly continue to change your mind? James Buchanan asked Earl Clarendon loudly. Even an Anglophile, he was incensed by Britain's fickle foreign policy. On the front foot, he assured Washington that the problem would be solved as soon as possible, and on the back foot, the British Kingdom gave him a wave of backstabs. Mr. Ambassador, I didn't give you a clear promise, and we didn't sign any agreement. I said it was possible. Clarendon emphasized, and then defended, the international situation itself is more complicated and changeable. Sometimes we have to take into account the interests of other countries. Your Excellency Count, did you mean the French Empire when talking about other countries? The American ambassador asked Count Clarendon again. Forgive me for not being able to answer this question. Earl Clarendon refused to answer James Buchanan. Chapter 562, Diplomatic Gambia. Although the Earl of Clarendon said that he refused to answer James Buchanan's question, every word he said implies James Buchanan, the rejection of the United States of America by the Kingdom of Great Britain has something to do with the French Empire, and the relationship still big point therefore. Earl Clarendon's refusal to answer was a tacit consent in James Buchanan's ears. What the asterisk is that guy doing, Mason? Little things can't be done well. James Buchanan secretly cursed Mason, who was far away in Paris. James Buchanan tried his best to build relationships and give gifts, Palmerston, Newcastle, and finally managed to get through the work on the British side. It didn't take long. According to James Buchanan, Cannon's estimate, just 2 months, the merchant ships of the United States of America would be able to sail unimpeded in the Baltic Sea and earn the gold coins of the Russian Empire. You must know that the current Russian Empire has been completely blocked by Britain and France, and many materials and equipment, mainly machinery and equipment, cannot be obtained from Britain and France. They can only choose the United States of America at the same level for transactions, those in the United States of America. What the factory owner seems to be of inferior quality can be sold at a premium of more than 20% of the original, as long as there is a decent cargo ship, and then it is transferred to the Russian Empire. This is no longer a profiteering, it is simply a blatant robbery, and as long as Britain and France continue to fight against the Russian Empire, they will be able to continuously squeeze the Russian Empire's wallet. As a result, James Buchanan's financial path that was about to be restarted was cut off because of a mistake by the Mason ambassador in Paris. Not to mention how much he hates Ambassador Mason and the current James Buchanan. However, after complaining, James Buchanan still wanted to give it a try and see if he could have a chance to turn Britain's heart around. Your Excellency, I think this is a matter of the United States of America and the Kingdom of Great Britain, and there is no need to be too accommodating to the French Empire. Besides, the United States of America does not sell any contraband like the Russian Empire. All the trade practices of the United States of America are built on the basis of British law. James Buchanan tried to exchange for the sympathy of the British Kingdom with a low profile, while also secretly provoking the relationship between Britain and France. Of course, James Buchanan can't be regarded as a provocation. The time between Britain and France for mutual cooperation is far less than the time for confrontation with each other, and Crimea is only a temporary alliance. Both the French Empire and the Kingdom of Great Britain know that, as long as the Crimean War ends, the relationship between Britain and France will probably never return to the present point, unless the two have a common enemy that can offend Britain and France, countries that have not been beaten up. There is basically no such thing in this world. Ambassador Buchanan, we are not accommodating the French Empire, but a subjective consideration, based on the existing form. Count Clarendon continued to use his unique European diplomatic language to play take-eye to Buchanan. Britain and France are at this stage. The alliance is based on the premise of mutual tolerance, and on issues related to the Russian Empire, we must coordinate with the French Empire. The meaning of the Count of Clarendon is very simple, that is, Britain cannot abandon the French Empire. As for why the Russian Empire cannot be abandoned, look at the proportion of the British and French on the Crimea Peninsula. By the way, a piece of Britain armament. Since the official start of the Crimean War, the British Kingdom has recruited less than 30,000 soldiers, and most of them are the army of homeless people caught from the streets. The current British army cannot be said to be irrelevant to the large army that Commander Aglan and the Minister of Newcastle have in mind, and it can only be regarded as a far cry. To make matters worse, the British Treasurer's allocation to the War Department to prepare soldiers and improve logistics was insufficient. Those funds were originally used to build an army of hundreds of thousands of people, but now there are only 30,000 people. The logistics on the Crimean Peninsula, as always, were poor. British soldiers ate corned beef from the Napoleonic Wars and drank whiskey that was too diluted with water. Where the rest of the money went, only God knows. Anyway, Palmerston and Newcastle are not willing to trace the whereabouts of the money. Maybe it was really borrowed by God. Once the French Empire leaves the Kingdom of Great Britain alone and makes peace with the Russian Empire, the Kingdom of Great Britain will probably have no choice but to negotiate. For Palmerston, who longed to dismantle the Russian Empire, this was simply not acceptable. I hope the British Kingdom and the French Empire can end this war as soon as possible so that trade can return to normal. James Buchanan had no choice but to respond to Clarendon. If the Russian Empire can give up their unrealistic ambitions, we are still willing to open a communication channel with the Russian Empire. Clarendon replied in vague diplomatic language, "Your Majesty, when you say letting go of your ambitions, do you mean the Russian Empire's withdrawal from the Danube?" James Buchanan asked Count Clarendon directly, "If that's the case, the United States of America is willing to act as a bridge between the British Kingdom and the Russian Empire. Mr. Buchanan, it is our priority to maintain the alliance with France," Earl Clarendon said to James Buchanan with a smile. "However, in some specific cases, we do not rule out the alliance with the Russian Empire. Exchange France and France's diplomatic path, and Britain also has a British diplomatic path. At that time, we may need help from the United States of America." As soon as Earl Clarendon finished his vague diplomatic path words, James Buchanan hurriedly said to Earl Clarendon, "The United States of America is willing to act as a bridge between the Kingdom of Britain and the Russian Empire." What a complete idiot. How could the British Kingdom let the Russian Empire go so easily? Clarendon secretly despised James Buchanan. Point in the final analysis. The diplomatic background of the United States of America is not very deep, and it cannot be integrated into the European diplomatic system at all. Point not to mention a master who is good at offshore balancing like Britain. Even a European diplomatic orphan like the Russian Empire can bully the current United States of America. Under the circumstance that diplomacy and strength are not up to standard, all the actions of the United States of America are in the eyes of old Europe, just like the Gambia in the eyes of later generations. It's just that the Gambia of the United States of America is much stronger than the later Gambia. Point the real rise of the diplomacy of the United States of America was after the Second World War. At that time, the United States of America was already at the top level in the world, and it did not need to follow the diplomatic concept of old Europe. Because of the rise of the Soviet Union, old Europe had to commit itself to the United States of America. Then, on behalf of the Kingdom of Great Britain, I would like to thank the United States of America for its selfless help. Earl Clarendon responded to James Buchanan. James Buchanan, who does not yet know what Earl Clarendon thinks of him, is still complacent that he has found a way to enhance the United Front value, and now he has made up his mind to contribute to the progress of the peace talks between the Kingdom of Britain and the Russian Empire. To facilitate this action, he decided to write to his colleagues living in St. Petersburg. Poor James Buchanan didn't know yet that there was no good man in old Europe. This letter of his indirectly incurred a liability of $2.5 million for the United States of America. While Count Clarendon was talking to James Buchanan, Jerome Bonaparte, who was far away in Paris, also met Richard Metternich, the Austrian ambassador to France. Richard Metternich once again congratulated the French Empire on its remarkable achievements in the Crimean Peninsula, and also hoped that the French Empire and the Austrian Empire would get better and better in the future. "Mr. Richard, I agree with you. Although France and Austria had some differences before, I believe that time will dilute all differences and leave only precious friendship." Jerome Bonaparte responded to Richard Metternich, "I believe that the friendship between France and Austria can last forever." "I believe it too." Richard Metternich nodded, and Jerome Bonaparte responded. After some compliments, Jerome Bonaparte went straight to ask Richard Metternich what the Austrian Empire thought about the current situation. "Your Majesty, I haven't received a telegram from Vienna yet, so I don't dare to speculate on the policies of the imperial government." Richard Metternich responded to Jerome Bonaparte without any leakage. "If you want me to say that your Austrian Empire should send troops with us, only in this way can we defeat the Russian Empire faster." Jerome Bonaparte urged Richard Metternich. Richard Metternich still responded to Jerome Bonaparte with a smile. "Your Majesty, the Austrian Empire needs some time. It takes time. Jerome Bonaparte sneered at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Richard, do I still have enough time for you? It's been almost 2 years since the Crimean War started. Yes, whatever you want, I will help you win it. If it wasn't for me, you would not be able to occupy the Principality of the Danube. It's me. I will hand over the Duchy of the Danube to you in the face of the Kingdom of Great Britain. It's me. Only by suppressing the Ottoman Empire and telling them not to act will you be able to successfully occupy the Danube Principality. Me too. Tolerate your neutrality. Let you enjoy the fruits of the victory of the coalition forces without offending the Russian Empire too much. What have you given me in the past 2 years? Chapter 563. Austrian Empire surrenders. Us, Richard. Metternich's confidence was a little lacking, and after thinking it over and over again, he begged Jerome Bonaparte in a low voice, "Actually, my father and I also want to stand with the French Empire. It's just, we need some time to convince the Austrian Empire to come to an agreement." In all fairness, Jerome Bonaparte has really been too good for the Austrian Empire in the past 2 years. He not only resolved the negative consequences of the forced occupation of the Danube Principalities for the Austrian Empire, but also gave them ample time to prepare. It can be said to be the reborn parents of the entire Austrian Empire. Jerome Bonaparte thinks to himself, even though Jerome Bonaparte treated his relationship with the Austrian Empire with a sincere heart, in exchange for it was the Austrian Empire's lukewarm attitude. If it wasn't for the Crimean War and the internal balance of Germany, Jerome Bonaparte would have hit the Austrian Empire with a heavy blow. "I don't want to hear these useless words again," Jerome Bonaparte said to Richard Metternich with a strong attitude. "If the Austrian Empire really wants to stand with us, then you can be guaranteed your rightful place in the new international system. If the Austrian Empire doesn't want to, Jerome," Bonaparte showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth, "the Austrian Empire has to consider the consequences. I believe this is definitely not the result you want to see." In the face of Jerome Bonaparte's threat, Richard Metternich, whose blood had not yet subsided, said again impulsive, "Your Majesty, even if your empire has completely defeated the Russian Empire, it does not mean that you be able to do whatever you want all over Europe. Besides, the Russian Empire has just lost 2 battles. Yes, the Russian Empire is indeed very big." Jerome Bonaparte nodded and acknowledged Richard Metternich's words, and then responded coldly to Richard Metternich, "But this has nothing to do with the Austrian Empire. What does it matter? Does the Austrian Empire hope that the Russian Empire will win this war? Or are you still expecting that the relationship between the Russian Empire and the Austrian Empire will return to the state it was before the war?" The questioning of Jerome Bonaparte made Richard Metternich's face more and more ugly. He understood that the relationship between the Russian Empire and the Austrian Empire would never recover before the war, since the Austrian Empire sent a war threat to the Russian Empire to force the Russian Empire to withdraw from the Danube Principality in order to protect the interests of the Danube Principality. The relationship between the Russian Empire and the Austrian Empire has broken down. Once the Russian Empire has won the final victory, the first country he will liquidate is the Austrian Empire. Richard Metternich can't imagine how the Russian Empire will treat them after the victory. The greedy character of the Russian Empire may make the Austrian Empire lose a layer of skin. For Richard Metternich, neither the Russian Empire nor the French Empire is a suitable object to rely on, but if he has to choose one of the 2 countries to rely on, he would rather choose the French Empire. Compared with the Russian Empire, although the French Empire is despicable, morally corrupt, and has no scruples in doing things, at least he is not as greedy as the Russian Empire, and from the current situation, they hold more force than the Russian Empire. Much stronger. A boss can be despicable, morally corrupt, and renege on his promises, but he cannot do without force. As long as you are strong in force, and willing to stand up for your little brother, you are a good boss. On the contrary, if you don't have enough force to rely on, and you still love to show off your power all day long, then no matter which country you are, it will subconsciously stay away from you. Of course we don't want to see the Russian Empire win this war. Richard Metternich hurriedly distanced himself from the Russian Empire. Then, what do you want to see? The French Empire and the Russian Empire are both lost in Crimea. Jerome Bonaparte asked back. It would be great if that was the case. Richard Metternich thought to himself, we sincerely hope that the French Empire can win this war. Richard Metternich said to Jerome Bonaparte insincerely. Ambassador Richard, don't deceive me with such words. Jerome Bonaparte showed an impatient expression, and he rebuked loudly. I know you must be thinking, if the French Empire and the Russian Empire, if you really lose both in this war, that would be the best. I tell you, this idea of yours is impossible. If the French Empire and the Russian Empire really lose both, then what will you use to resist going to the Kingdom of Prussia? You don't really think that the Kingdom of Prussia will willingly stop in the German Confederation and act as a thug for the Austrian Empire? Jerome Bonaparte's words made Richard Metternich realize that the diplomatic dilemma faced by the Austrian Empire was indeed more serious than he imagined. The Kingdom of Prussia to the north is eyeing the Austrian Empire, and the Kingdom of Sardinia to the west is also ambitious for them. If Russia and France both lose out, who will suppress these two guys who are just around the corner? Can the Austrian Empire alone really defeat them? Thinking of this, Richard Metternich felt an unprecedented pressure, and he retorted in a low voice, the Kingdom of Britain will never allow the Kingdom of Prussia to disrupt the balance of the European continent. The Kingdom of Britain? Jerome Bonaparte looked at the ambassador Richard Metternich in shock, and now he doubted whether the ambassador in front of him said this on purpose, or that his brain was burning. Broken, you expect a country with an army of less than 100,000, referring to the British Kingdom's standing army in Europe, to open your eyes. I admit that their navy is indeed strong, but their army? Forget it. Let me show you something. Jerome Bonaparte opened the drawer and took out a document and handed it to Richard Metternich. See for yourself. Richard Metternich took over the documents with a blank expression on his face, and after a while, Richard Metternich's expression was also shocked. It's impossible. This is the Kingdom of Britain that you are thinking about. Jerome Bonaparte shrugged. If you still don't want to believe it, you can send military observers to check it out. Or you can come with me. You are going to Crimea? Richard Metternich said in surprise. That's right. Jerome Bonaparte shrugged and replied to Richard Metternich. However, this will not be until after the military parade is over. Do you still want a military parade? Richard Metternich asked again. We won such an impressive victory in Sevastopol, it's a bit unreasonable not to celebrate. Jerome Bonaparte responded to Richard Joseph, and then asked Richard Nirvana whether his, Jerome Bonaparte, brother Franz Joseph is willing to come to Paris for the military parade. If my brother Franz can come, it will definitely make the relationship between our two countries better. Go upstairs. Richard Metternich, who had watched the dark history of the British Army in the Crimea battlefield, no longer expected the Kingdom of Britain. After all, the level of combat effectiveness of an army determines the level of a country's status. The army of the Kingdom of Britain obviously, nor was it capable of giving the last protection to the Austrian Empire. If the Austrian Empire is willing to be bound with France, will France really speak up for the Austrian Empire? Even if the Kingdom of Prussia and the Empire of Russia will deal with the Kingdom of Prussia together. Richard Metternich asked Jerome Bonaparte. Although I have said this to you many times, but I'm here today, I can assure you again. As long as the French Empire still exists in this world, as long as I'm still the Emperor of the French Empire, then we will always stand firmly on the side of the Austrian Empire. Jerome Bonaparte said to Richard Metternich in a determined tone. Besides, the Kingdom of Prussia and the Russian Empire, one is the defeated general of the French Empire, the other is countries that the French Empire is about to defeat. Will France still be afraid of them? I'm relieved to have your words. Richard Metternich calmed down a little, and then assured Jerome Bonaparte that their monarch Franz Joseph would definitely attend the military parade held by M. Bonaparte. I will personally go to the train station to meet him. Jerome Bonaparte said to Richard Metternich. Read1.com. By the way, Your Majesty, take the liberty to ask, this military parade, who else did you invite? Richard Metternich asked Jerome Bonaparte. Queen Victoria, King Victor Emmanuel, King William I of Württemberg, King Ferdinand II, Kingdom of the Two Sicilies. Jerome Bonaparte listed the invited kings one by one name. Of course, most of them haven't promised Jerome Bonaparte, and some haven't even told him yet. However, Jerome Bonaparte had to blow the cows out first. He believed that those kings would never disobey the flourishing French Empire. After hearing that so many kings had agreed to Jerome Bonaparte's invitation, Richard Metternich dropped his guard. He believed that Jerome Bonaparte would never live in front of many kings. However, Richard Metternich would have thought that the military parade of Jerome Bonaparte was a large-scale archfire ceremony, and his emperor would become the most beautiful boy in this archfire ceremony. Chapter 564, Jerome, I'm God. Ambassador Cowley followed shortly after Richard Metternich left the office. Seeing Ambassador Cowley, Jerome Bonaparte revealed a look of surprise in his eyes. Could it be that the Kingdom of Britain has made a decision so soon? Should not be. Jerome Bonaparte thought to himself, according to his knowledge of the British Kingdom, it should not be possible for the British Kingdom to make a decision so quickly. Unless Palmerston did not take the issue as a motion to the cabinet in the Houses of Commons for discussion, but instead worked it out in private with the Foreign Secretary. This method is indeed much faster than collective intelligence, but it also brings certain hidden dangers. After all, the power of the British Prime Minister has not yet reached the point where the sky is completely covered by one hand. I'm afraid it will cause. However, if it is Palmerston, it is not impossible. He is a daring fellow in his own right. Just as Jerome Bonaparte was thinking about when Ambassador Cowley came. Ambassador Cowley said, "Your Majesty." Ambassador Cowley. Jerome Bonaparte slightly to Ambassador Cowley, and then invited Ambassador Cowley to sit down. After Ambassador Cowley was sitting on the sofa, Jerome Bonaparte asked Ambassador Cowley why he came to him. Ambassador Cowley told Jerome Bonaparte that he had come to tell Jerome Bonaparte the attitude of the British cabinet towards the dispute between the French Empire and the United States of America. In principle, the Kingdom of Great Britain does not want the French Empire and the United States of America to part ways over the Russian Empire. However, based on the situation that has happened, the British Kingdom is still willing to stand with the French Empire. In the two options of allies and potential enemies, Palmerston decisively chose allies. Thank you to the Kingdom of Britain for your understanding and support of the French Empire. Jerome Bonaparte also spoke to Ambassador Cowley as usual. We believe that the free alliance formed by France and Britain will be able to defeat the world. Hot any country. I also believe that the British-French alliance will definitely have smooth sailing in the future. Ambassador Cowley also spoke to Jerome Bonaparte. After that, Jerome Bonaparte took advantage of the opportunity to tell Ambassador Cowley about the military parade held by the French Empire, and hoped that Queen Victoria and Prince Albert could attend the military parade. What time is it? Ambassador Cowley asked Jerome Bonaparte. June 24th. Jerome Bonaparte responded to Ambassador Cowley. Ambassador Cowley immediately thought that this day was the day when the French First Empire invaded the Russian Empire, and the reason why Jerome Bonaparte held a military parade at this time was to remind the entire French people of the original glory, an empire that needs to rely on the glory of the father's generation to maintain it. The sense of superiority established by blood made Ambassador Cowley despise the empire established by Jerome Bonaparte. However, disdain is contempt, and Ambassador Cowley still understands the priorities. As a senior politician, he will not be swayed by his emotions like Richard Metternich. Your Majesty Bonaparte, take the liberty to ask if there are any other invited people besides His Majesty Victoria. Ambassador Cowley repeated the question that Richard Metternich asked just now. There is Franz Joseph, Emperor of the Austrian Empire. Jerome Bonaparte repeated the list of invited members to Ambassador Cowley as usual. When he heard the list, Ambassador Cowley couldn't help but worry about the French Empire's strong appeal. In fact, he did not know that some of the countries on the list, the Austrian Empire, were actually invited by him, borrowing the name of the Kingdom of Great Britain. I will transmit your invitation to Her Majesty the Queen by telegram, word by word, and then hand it over to Her Majesty and her husband to decide. Ambassador Cowley said to Jerome Bonaparte. However, I believe that the Queen, Your Majesty, and your husband will definitely give you an answer before the military parade begins. Then please tell Victoria and Albert that I have prepared a room for them at the Tuileries Palace. Only when they arrive. Jerome Bonaparte said to Ambassador Cowley. In the next few days, Richard Metternich and Ambassador Cowley came to Jerome Bonaparte's study and reported the situation to Jerome Bonaparte. Franz Joseph and Victoria, without exception, agreed to Jerome Bonaparte's invitation. After Richard Metternich reported to Jerome Bonaparte the date of Franz Joseph's arrival, Jerome Bonaparte curiously asked Richard Metternich to follow Franz Joseph, who is the female companion who arrived in Paris together. Richard Metternich told Jerome Bonaparte that the female companion who arrived with the emperor was his fiancée, Princess Elizabeth of Bavaria, also known as Sissy, Princess Elizabeth. Shouldn't it be Princess Helen? Jerome Bonaparte deliberately asked Richard Metternich with an expression of ignorance. Minister de Louis once told me, when he arrived in Vienna, the emperor's female companion was Princess Helen. Richard Metternich explained to Jerome Bonaparte with an embarrassed expression that Princess Helen was the sister of Princess Elizabeth, and because the emperor and Princess Helen had some differences in personalities, she was replaced by Princess Sissy. Naturally, Jerome Bonaparte would not believe Richard Metternich's explanation. However, he also didn't want to delve into why Franz Joseph was unwilling to marry Princess Helen. It's nothing more than Princess Sissy, a little bit of Major General. After receiving replies from the British and Austrian ambassadors, Jerome Bonaparte ordered his newspapers to refute rumors about the news of the military parade on June 24. When the people of Paris learned that foreign monarchs were coming to their military parade, a strong sense of national pride flooded their hearts. It took their monarch just a few short years to turn France from a country that people hated to become a country sought after by the monarchs of the world. Here the world refers to Europe. Why not let them shout proud? Those who were originally against Jerome Bonaparte have now become supporters of Jerome Bonaparte. When the latest poll results were published in the newspapers, some D-head Republicans and Orthodox factions were even more convinced that this was a long-term struggle and they would never surrender. And those ambassadors who were originally in the wait-and-see stage, after seeing the British and Austrian monarchs personally come to participate in the French military parade, they decided not to wait and see, but instead sent telegrams to the countries behind them, hoping that they would make up their minds as soon as possible to avoid delays. Time for the military parade. In the days approaching June 24, ambassadors kept coming into the palace to report news to Jerome Bonaparte. More and more kings appeared in the Paris newspapers, and people were surprised to find more and more friends in France. The Times on the other side of the strait, even under the headline "The New Order in Paris," analyzed the increasing number of kings invited by Paris to participate in military parades, and finally came to a conclusion. The reason why European kings accepted the invitation of the French Empire to participate in the military parade was the victory of the French Empire in Crimea. It was precisely because of the victory of Sevastopol that more and more people joined the victory in the camp. We can clearly see that the French Empire on the other side of the La Manche Strait is taking back everything they lost after the Napoleonic Wars at an unprecedented speed, and a new order is being built in Paris. Excerpt from the Times, June 18, 1854. Just as the French Empire was busy preparing for the military parade, the royal village on the outskirts of St. Petersburg, thousands of miles away, was experiencing a special operation. Inside the Amber Room, Nicholas I sat on the throne with a face full of anger and ordered the general standing under the steps with violent words. "Trash. Stupid. Why didn't you die there? I was really blind at the beginning. Let you this idiot goes to command the army." That's right. The general standing under the steps was none other than Menshikov, who led the remnants of the Battle of Armor all the way north to Menshikov in Perekop. At this time, he was no longer the dual governor of Crimea and the Caucasus, but a white body with only the title of Prince. After Nicholas I learned the news of the fall of Sevastopol, all his official positions were expedited by 800 miles by the angry Nicholas I. There was no telegram in Tsarist Russia at this time, and all long-distance communication was all of them were dismissed by means of horses, and the troops originally affiliated to him were replaced by Mikhail Gorchakov, who arrived in Perekop, and he was also ordered to go to St. Petersburg to accept the interrogation of Nicholas I. Today is the second day of his arrival in St. Petersburg and the first day of his interrogation by Nicholas I. In the face of Nicholas I's questioning, Menshikov did not say a word, because he understood that Nicholas I at this time would not listen to any of his explanations at all, and the more explanations, the more he would feel himself. He was deliberately provoking his own authority, and only when Nicholas I was a little less angry could he speak up. "Speak. Why don't you speak? Are you dumb?" Nicholas I yelled at Menshikov. Menshikov still kept his head down and did not speak, which made Nicholas I feel as if he had hit a piece of cotton with his fist. Immediately afterwards, a sense of powerlessness poured into Nicholas's heart, diluting Nicholas's anger. When his angry mind was gradually infected with melancholy, Nicholas calmed down and asked Menshikov, "Tell me, what the asterisk is going on in Sevastopol?" Chapter 565. Russian non-stick pan. Seeing that Nicholas's anger was much smaller than just now, Menshikov finally breathed a sigh of relief. He understood that silence was Jin's attitude that allowed him to pass the first day without any risk. Next, we have to see how Menshikov explained, dumped the pot to Nicholas in a good situation. Menshikov can be safe, but he must not want to see the dual governor of Crimea and the Caucasus. If the pot is not good, Menshikov will have to mention a Siberian carriage ticket that Tsar Nicholas dedicatedly prepared for him, and it is also a one-way ticket. Although Nicholas I, the leader of the Russian Empire's aristocratic alliance, Tsar, would not be like the Great Eastern Empire, he would not easily raid the nobles who committed crimes, but exile in Siberia was an essential project. When the Decembrists launched the palace coup and was defeated, Nicholas I also only executed the first evil, and all the rest were exiled to Siberia. However, they were the next step to Siberia under the surveillance of specific personnel, so many people died on the way to Siberia. Menshikov's fault was much smaller than that of the Decembrists, so he was able to take a special carriage to Siberia. If Menshikov was unsuccessful, "Your Majesty, I'm a sinner of the Russian Empire." Menshikov lowered his stance and confessed to Nicholas I. As soon as he spoke, "I didn't ask you if you were guilty. I asked you what happened to Sevastopol." Nicholas I asked Menshikov sternly with a stern face. "The army of 70,000 can't defend itself. A little Sevastopol. What the asterisk do you do, Governor?" "Your Majesty, the number of the British and French coalition forces is too large." Menshikov first threw the first blame on Britain and France. They have deployed a total of nearly 200,000. Exaggerated. Troops in Crimea. We the forces, not their opponent at all. When Menshikov said 200,000, Nicholas I also showed a shocked expression on his face. His mind was still stuck in the Napoleonic Wars. He had no concept of industrial mobilization, so it was impossible to imagine the coalition forces. How to maintain such a large force to fight at a distance. Therefore, Nicholas I subconsciously did not want to believe what Menshikov said to him. "Menshikov, you are a soldier anyway. Do you know what it is like to maintain an army of 200,000 people? What's more, the logistical supplies of Britain and France depend on sea transportation. Your Majesty, I dare to assure you with the honor of my ancestors, everything I said is true." Menshikov hurriedly explained. The logistical transportation of the coalition troops does depend on sea transportation, and their fleet is too large. It's like a huge city floating on the sea. After my soldiers saw the fleet's first glance, they were already at this point. Menshikov kept his mouth shut. He knew that it was enough to stop at some points. "What is it?" exclaimed Nicholas I. "Are your soldiers still soldiers of the Empire? Where has their bravery gone?" "Your Majesty, I can assure you that all my soldiers are the best soldiers." Menshikov hurriedly defended his men. "Then why did you lose Sevastopol in just over a week?" Nikolai asked Menshikov. Menshikov continued to talk about the Battle of Arma to Nicholas I, but Menshikov's focus was in the first half, how he led the army to resist the British attack again and again in the Battle of Arma. In Menshikov's mouth, the British army was already the original Napoleon army, and the Russian Imperial Army resisted the British army's attack time and time again with tenacious will, and at the same time, caused a large number of casualties to the British army. Since you said you were at a stalemate with the British army, how was your position broken through? Nicholas I asked Menshikov. "Your Majesty, I trusted Lieutenant General Kiriakou." Menshikov threw the pot to Kiriakou. "When I received news from Kiriakou, I was stationed at Telegraph Hill. The 3 regiments on the highlands have already retreated, and I have no choice but to follow the order to retreat together." In his opinion, if Lieutenant General Kiriakou was not taken away by the French army in one wave at Telegraph Hill, then he would not have chosen to retreat. "Where is Kiriakou now?" Nicholas I asked Menshikov through gritted teeth. "Your Majesty, I heard that Kiriakou has been captured by the French army." Menshikov replied to Nicholas I. "Didn't you say Kiriakou has retreated?" How did he get captured? Nikolai asked Menshkov. Menshkov told Nikolai about the next battle for the Sevastopol Trail and at the same time pulled Mikhail Gorchakov's brother out for endorsement. P.S. The old Prince Gorchakov, who was shot several times and fell off his horse, died of blood loss while being robbed by his subordinates to the dressing station for treatment. In that battle, we in France have already fought a tactic of fueling. Because our soldiers are far inferior to our opponents in weapons and equipment, so Menshkov explained to Nikolai the reason for the failure. Weapon. Armament. Nikolai repeated twice and then shouted in desperation, I don't believe that my army will not fight without weapons. Menshkov, tell me what happened to their weapons? Your Majesty, after the defeat of the Sevastopol Trail, I led the remaining Russian troops and met the troops of the 4th British Division on the Kacha River. After some fighting, we took part of their weapons and equipment from them. This time during the war, the Russian army was defeated. Menshkov explained to Nikolai, after testing, we found that the range of weapons generally prepared by the coalition forces was 2 to 3 times that of ours, which means that, before we got close when they are there, they can shoot us 1 round. When we are in range, they can shoot us a 2nd round. Our soldiers have to endure 2 rounds of coalition fire before they can be fired on them. Fight back. After 2 rounds of shooting, our morale had taken a big toll. Because you are afraid of the rifles of the coalition troops, you dare not lead the troops back to Sevastopol. Am I right? Nikolai asked Menshkov. Your Majesty, I'm not afraid of death. Menshkov said loudly to Nikolai, but compared to death, I'm more afraid of not being able to accomplish the task that your Majesty gave me. Humph. Nikolai snorted coldly and said sharply, you still know the mission. If you really know the mission, you should lead the troops back to Sevastopol instead of sitting on Sevastopol. Was captured by the coalition forces. Nikolai pointed to the outside of the palace. Look at how happy Britain and France are now. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Menshkov humbly said hard words. The Sevastopol fortress is doomed to be unstoppable, and the time left for us by the British and French troops is simply not enough for us to fight against the fortress. Reinforce Sevastopol. Of course I can lead the troops to clear the siege, but even then we will lose Sevastopol. It's just a waste of casualties. And the purpose of my withdrawal to Perekop is also for the same reason, prevent the severing of ties between the Crimean Peninsula and the Russian Empire. So, I should thank you. Nikolai said to Menshkov in a strange way. Menshkov raised his head, raised his chest, and replied to Nikolai, Your Majesty, I know that I'm already a failed general in your heart. I'm also willing to accept all your punishments. Nikolai looked at Menshkov under the steps. For the first time, he discovered that the former favored minister, the current sinner, was old and unimpressive. Is he really going to punish him? Menshkov. Nikolai whispered to Menshkov with a complicated expression. Your Majesty. Menshkov bowed and responded. Go home. Nikolai let out a long sigh and waved his hand to Menshkov. Thank you for your kindness. Menshkov bowed again to Nikolai and left the amber room. After Menshkov left, Nikolai was alone in the amber room. After a while, Nikolai got up from the throne and came to the window. Looking at the sunset gradually setting in the distance through the glass window, he felt an unprecedented helplessness. Could it be that his empire will gradually come to an end like the setting sun outside the window? Do not. I will never allow this to happen. Nikolai's eyes became extraordinarily sharp, and he clenched his fists and made up his mind. For the future of the empire Riyadh1.com he must fight resolutely with Britain and France. Father. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Nikolai. Hearing the familiar voice, Nikolai turned around and said to the emperor behind him, What's wrong? Are you okay now? Alexander II cautiously asked. He clearly remembered that his father said he wanted to interrogate Menshkov. Why didn't he see Menshkov? Does that mean the trial is over? No. More. Nikolai shook his head and said to Crown Prince Alexander, I have sent Menshkov home. From now on, Menshkov will never be able to set foot in the imperial village. Are you okay? Nikolai's words made Alexander II relieved. In any case, His father did not impose a severe punishment on Menshikov. According to the current analysis of the Ministry of War, the fall of Sevastopol is doomed, and Menshikov bears only a small part of the responsibility. My teacher wants to meet you? Chapter 566. Nicholas 1. Death does not belong to the Tsar. Advisor Jomini wants to see me. Nicholas I thought for a moment, and said to Alexander II, then let him come over. Yes. Alexander II responded to Nicholas I, then turned to the general staff point. Just as Alexander II stepped out of the amber hole with his forefoot, Nicholas I's voice reached the ears of Alexander II. Wait a minute. Alexander II stopped, and turned to look suspiciously at Nicholas I, who was gradually walking towards him. Father, what are your orders? Go. Don't make your teacher wait too long. Nicholas I said to Alexander II. Father, you don't have to go there yourself. Alexander II said to Nicholas I. What? Can't I go? Nicholas I showed a little displeasure on his face, and his tone was even more excited than before. Seeing Nicholas I's sensitive and suspicious heart, Alexander II quickly responded to Nicholas I. Of course. The entire Russian Empire is your territory. You can go wherever you want. Then, why didn't you let me go just now? The paranoia induced by the defeat in the war made Nicholas I have a paranoia of persecution, that there are always evil people trying to harm me. Thinking that when he ascended the throne, he was only 29 years old, and his son was already 35 years old, would he? Facing Nicholas I's skeptical gaze, Alexander II said to Nicholas I calmly, Father, you once told me that as a monarch, it is enough to ask his servants to come and report, and you don't need to go there in person. This will detract from your majesty. Did I say so? Nicholas I, who was silent for a moment, asked Alexander II in a low voice, Father, I'm certain that you said this. Alexander II replied to Nicholas I, okay. Nicholas I's face showed a touch of helplessness, and then a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I want to tell you one more thing. The rules made by the monarch can only work when he thinks it is useful. In other words, the monarch is not bound by the rules. Father, I understand. Alexander II said to Nicholas I, pretending to be kind. In this way, Nicholas I and Alexander II walked out of the amber room together. Nicholas I, who was walking in the corridor, glanced at the afterglow outside the window, and then glanced at Alexander II, who was walking side by side with him, and couldn't he help but sigh. Alexander, it's been a long time since we walked side by side like this. It's gone. Yes. Father. Alexander II also recalled, the last time I remember was when I was 20. Unconsciously. It's been more than 10 years. You have grown a lot. Nicholas I said in a slightly sad tone, and I'm old too, and it's time to abdicate. Father, you are still young. The Russian Empire still needs you to take the helm. Alexander II hurriedly responded to Nicholas I. He did not dare to agree with Nicholas I's words. If the trouble is not good, there will be another civil unrest in St. Petersburg. For the current Russian Empire, nothing is more important than stability. After all, Alexander II didn't want to take over a mess. You don't have to compliment me. My body, I know it myself. Nicholas I showed a line at the corner of his mouth, and then looked at Alexander II with loving eyes and said, it won't be long before I return to the arms of the Lord, and you will definitely inherit my position and be crowned emperor. Alexander II did not speak. He knew that, no matter what he said at this time, it was not good. Silence was his best weapon. Looking at the silent sun in front of him, Nicholas I shook his head and said with emotion, You are all like this, and you are silent when you encounter something. Father, I just don't know what to say. Alexander II defended. What? You can't tell me. You can rest assured to abdicate. The Russian Empire is handed over to me. Nicholas I rebuked his son with hatred. In this case, my heart will feel better. The character of his son is completely different from him. If he is just a pure soldier, then his son is a standard politician who is completely insulated from the soldier. From his mouth, Nicholas I rarely hear tough words. Father, I can't say these words. Alexander II shook his head and said to Nicholas I, how can there be a reason for a son to persecute his father? Nicholas I shook his head. He knew that what Alexander II said was not the truth at all. There is no father and son in front of the right, but it is, because the time has not come, when the Anglo-French coalition is defeated. I will abdicate immediately. You take my place and become the Tsar of the Russian Empire. Nicholas I said casually. Point to be honest, at this level of war, Nicholas I really wanted to let go completely, but he was worried that his son would not be able to control the Russian Empire. Nicholas I thought too much, and after Alexander II succeeded to the throne, his ability was much stronger than that of Nicholas I. Father, it's too early to say this. Besides, I still have a lot to learn. Alexander II responded to Nicholas I. The two chatted while walking, and soon walked out of the palace. Alexander II and Nicholas I, who were in the carriage, were escorted by their attendants and set off all the way north and soon arrived at the General Staff headquarters on the outskirts of St. Petersburg. The two who pushed the door from the carriage went straight into the General Staff and found Jomini in a room of the General Staff. At this time, Jomini was holding a baton that symbolized the rights of the generals of the Russian Empire and kept making gestures on the map, and the people next to him were the staff of the General Staff, and also Jomini's adjutants. Your Majesty. Jomini and the adjutant showed a hint of surprise on their faces when they saw Nicholas I appear in front of them. To them, it was indeed a surprise that the Tsar had come in person. How is the next battle plan going? Nicholas I asked Jomini. Go back to your Majesty. The General Staff, the Russian General Staff, is the same as the French General Staff before the reorganization, but it is only the Emperor's military advisory body. The powers of the General Staff are related to the trust of the monarch. Temporarily haven't made a perfect plan yet. Jomini reported to Nicholas I with a serious expression. Why hasn't it been formulated yet? What are the General Staff and the War Department doing for so long? Nicholas I whispered to Jomini. Your Majesty, the General Staff is analyzing the situation of the fall of Sevastopol. Jomini replied to Nicholas I unhurriedly. What's the analysis? Nicholas I asked. Your Majesty, there is not much difference between the combat awareness of the soldiers of the Russian Empire and the British and French countries. Jomini first affirmed the combat awareness of the Russian army, and then changed the conversation to say the shortcomings exposed by the Russian Empire army. The point, however, we are far behind the British and French armies in armament, and our proud Cossack regiment. In front of this new tactics, developed around the new rifle, it will not make a big difference effect, since the invention of the rifle, the cavalry has gradually lost its role. The battle at Alma was the most typical benefit. The Cossack cavalry of the Russian Empire could not fail to play a decisive role, and it also brought the soldiers of the entire army to the ground. However, the cavalry units, which have lost their main battle ability, still have decent strength in chasing down the enemy. Then, what should we do? Nicholas I asked Jomini. The best way is to change the equipment. Jomini said to Nicholas I, advisor. Jomini, you should know the economic situation of the Russian Empire. Nicholas I said melancholy. We don't have the last money to support the army's transformation, let alone a state of war. Even if we have this money, we still need a bunch of skilled workers. Nicholas, I was right. If the Russian Empire was only short of money, it would be easier to handle. The big deal was that Nicholas I used the Tsar's credit as a guarantee to tap the potential of the Russian Empire. I think that the whole leaking Alexander I was able to raise funds in a short period of time, only by relying on the trust in the Tsar within the Russian Empire and the support of Britain outside. Now the Russian Empire needs not only money, but more important technology and people. Whether it is technology or workers. It is a big problem for the current Russian Empire. It is basically impossible to upgrade in a short period of time. The second is to consume with the British and French armies. Jomini proposed a second plan. Riyadh1.com. We can build a fortress defense system with Simferopol, the provincial capital near the Kacha River, as the center, waiting for the British and French troops to come actively. At the same time, Perekop must keep enough troops to prevent them from cutting off Crimea and Russia's proposals. But in this case, our Sevastopol will never have a chance. Nicholas I asked Jomini. No, Your Majesty. Jomini shook his head and said, Britain and France will not stay here forever. They must fight quickly, otherwise the British and French armies will become war weary over time. After all, no one wants to go thousands of miles away to fight. So we only need to stick to the same place while changing clothes while waiting for the British and French armies to change. Exclamation mark. How long does it take to wait? I don't know. It depends on when they become war weary. Jomini's strategy of waiting for an opportunity can indeed maximize the combat effectiveness of the army, but Nicholas, I disliked this draft very much. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 567. Nicholas, I was probably crazy. Advisor Jomini, I respect your military literacy as a military advisor, but I'm afraid it is difficult for me to agree with the plan you made. Nicholas, I said to Jomini euphemistically point. Although Nicholas, I was very euphemistic, Jomini heard his decisive attitude point. I knew that he would never agree to this plan. Jomini thought to himself point. Although Nicholas I's rejection was within Jomini's expectations, Jomini was still a little disappointed point. However, it is normal for Nicholas I to reject his plan. No monarch is willing to sit back and watch his territory be invaded by foreign enemies, let alone the French Empire, the feud of the Russian Empire. As the supreme Tsar of the Russian Empire, his rights are equal to his obligations. If he cannot bring victory to his subjects, even a false victory, then only death awaits him. The Russian Empire not only inherited the title of the Roman Empire, but also inherited the Roman Imperial Guard coup system. P.S. By the way, the Ottoman Empire as Lulu also inherited this coup system, which is even more outrageous than the Russian Empire. In the later period, Yanessari was able to depose the Ottoman Sultan at will, and there were quite a number of soldiers from 5 generations and 10 countries whined. It was precisely because he could not convince Nicholas I alone that Jomini pinned his hope on his students, hoping that he could persuade Nicholas I to agree to the plan with himself. So Jomini turned his attention to on the body of his own student Alexander. Seeing the hint in Jomini's eyes, Alexander II hurriedly asked Nicholas I next to him, "Father, I think Jomini's advisor's plan is very good. Why would you disagree with this plan?" Nicholas I glanced at Jomini, and then glanced at Alexander II beside him, with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Jomini's contraction plan is indeed a good plan, but I can't let Gorchakov execute this plan, because it will affect our morale. The original Moscow. Alexander II, who had not experienced the Napoleonic Wars, responded to Nicholas I, "You only know about the Battle of Moscow. We voluntarily gave up and evacuated backwards, but you don't know the morale of our army after the evacuation. If it wasn't for Marshal Kutuzov, I'm afraid our army." Nicholas I said to Alexander II with lingering fears. She replied, then pointed to Jomini, and responded to Alexander II, "If you don't believe me, ask Jomini's advisor." Alexander II turned his attention to Jomini, and Jomini nodded slowly. "Your Majesty, you are right. The retreat of the Moscow battle did bring a heavy blow to our morale, but Crimea was not Moscow. We don't have to blindly bring it into Moscow. From a military point of view, even if the loss of the entire Crimean peninsula cannot affect the foundation of the Russian Empire, I don't have to care about the loss of Sevastopol." Advisor Jomini, from a military point of view, what you said is not wrong at all. Nicholas I first affirmed Jomini's views, and then retorted to Jomini, but from a political perspective, for what? Does the loss of Sevastopol have a big impact on us? Your Majesty, I don't think the impact is too great. Jomini responded to Nicholas I. Not too big? Nicholas I smiled bitterly, shook his head and sighed. Advisor Jomini, do you know how English and French newspapers describe Sevastopol? Jomini shook his head. He had been in the general staff since the war began, and he really didn't know much about British and French newspapers. They had portrayed the occupation of Sevastopol as a decisive battle, as if the entire Russian Empire would collapse at once if Sevastopol was captured. Nicholas I told Jomini in exaggerated language, "Your Majesty, they are just trying to make their people more supportive of this war." Jomini comforted Nicholas I. If they didn't say this, their people would not support them to continue fighting. However, the enthusiasm of the subjects will fade over time, and that's when we fight back. However, there are also many people in St. Petersburg who are willing to believe their propaganda. Nicholas I said with a slightly sad tone. They also think that the troops of the Russian Empire on the southern front have now suffered heavy losses, and it is estimated that the coalition forces will kill them soon coming. What? Jomini showed a shocked expression on his face. He couldn't imagine that there were people in St. Petersburg who were willing to believe such nonsense. Your Majesty, St. Petersburg is thousands of kilometers away from Sevastopol. Yeah. Thousands of kilometers. Nicholas I lamented, but those who believe in the British and French newspapers do not believe that it is very far from St. Petersburg. They think that Sevastopol is only 200 to 300 Rus from Moscow mile away. British and French troops can easily reach Moscow. If our troops choose to stick, then this panic will rush to the whole of St. Petersburg. By that time, I'm afraid we will. You know what I mean. About Advisor Mini. After listening to Nicholas I's answer, Jomini once again refreshed his cognitive mistakes. Not everyone knows the whole picture of the Russian Empire like him. Many native St. Petersburg people may never leave in their lifetime St. Petersburg, which also led to a mistake in their perception of Sevastopol. Of course, this kind of error is not only in the Russian Empire, but also in France and Britain. Many French and Britons alike believed that Sevastopol was close to Moscow, and that their armies were on their way to capture Moscow. Further, we can spread the news of the advance to suppress the panic, and then order the troops to stick to it. Alexander II suggested. Then how do you prevent British and French newspapers from flowing into the Russian Empire? Battle reports can deceive people, but battle lines don't. Nicholas I asked in return. Restrict ships from the Baltic Sea. Alexander II said to Nicholas I. At the same time, check every ship entering the port. This is of no use. Nicholas I shook his head and responded to Alexander II. At the same time, it will also disrupt our already scarce trade, since Britain and France tightened their grip on the Baltic Sea. There has been less trade going to the Russian Empire, which has led to less fur and bitumen being exported from St. Petersburg, and less money from outside sources. If there is a port inspection, then it is bound to persuade a wave of merchant ships. Nicholas I was reluctant to do this kind of business, even if he knew that the purpose of some ships was indeed not pure, but he could only turn a blind eye. Your Majesty, I think you, before Jomini finished speaking, Nicholas I said first, of course, these reasons may seem far-fetched to you, but don't forget that I'm the ruler of this country. When Nicholas I said this, Jomini understood that his plan would definitely fail. The Russian Empire cannot compete with the British and French armies in terms of hard power, except to stick to the fighting spirit of the British and French coalition forces, and then wait for the opportunity to counterattack. He really didn't know how to win. Advisor Jomini, I need an active offensive plan. Nicholas I made his request to Jomini. Your Majesty, I can only tell you that I will do my best to make this plan. Jomini said to Nicholas I. Just do your best. Nicholas I also understood that it was really difficult for a strong man to take the initiative to attack Britain and France, but if he didn't attack, how would he face the Slavs who supported him? Pogakin. Nicholas I, who was about to become an Orthodox fanatic, would never allow the British and French troops to stay in Crimea. He had to drive them out and plant the Slavic flag over Constantinople. Nicholas I is probably crazy. Time flies, and soon it will be June 22nd. There are still 2 days before the French military parade. On such a cloudless morning, a cavalry force of nearly 100 people lined up in 2 columns at the gate of the Tuileries Palace, waiting in full force. Passersby looked at the cavalry troops at the gate with curious eyes. Most Passersby did not understand why the cavalry troops appeared at the gate of the Tuileries Palace. Could it be that their emperor is going away? When the time came around 9 o'clock, you read www.hukanshu.com dressed in a military uniform and a Napoleon hat, Jerome Bonaparte, who looked like a horse monarch, appeared at the gate of the Tuileries Palace on a white warhorse, and behind him was an open gilt carriage surrounded by tulle. The dragoons standing at the gate mounted their horses after seeing their monarch appear and surrounded Jerome Bonaparte and the gilt carriage in the middle set off. General Neil, who served as the temporary commander of the cavalry unit, shouted loudly, and the whole unit started to set off in the direction of the Paris train station point at the same time. Residents near the Paris City Hall gathered near the City Hall Square under the call of the Paris City Government Point. Just when they were wondering why the Paris City Hall called them here, Horseman, a senior official of the Seine province, appeared in the City Hall Square and reported an exciting news to the residents near the City Hall. Paris residents, I called you to the Paris City Hall today to tell you a happy event. The Austrian Emperor Joseph Franz and his fiancée Elizabeth are about to arrive in Paris at the invitation of His Majesty Napoleon. Chapter 568, Usury Empire and Exporting Capital. At the invitation of Emperor Napoleon, Austrian Emperor Franz Joseph and his fiancée are about to arrive in Paris. After Horseman, the senior official of the Seine department, said this, the square of Paris City Hall burst into cheers, and the Parisians in the municipal plaza were eagerly waiting for the arrival of the foreign monarch. Seeing the enthusiasm of the group of Parisians in front of him, Os struck while the iron was hot, and said to the Parisians, in order to prevent the stampede and to maintain the stability of the square, at about 9:20, a team of soldiers will appear near Paris City Hall. I hope the general public of Paris can understand. Although the citizens of Paris do not like all violent institutions subjectively, it is indeed necessary to strengthen the defense, based on the presence of the two monarchs in the City Hall. If there is a deadly assassin, it will be bad. Therefore, the citizens of Paris did not object to Horseman's demands. When the time came to about 9:18, a group of infantry troops of nearly 1,000 people appeared near the City Hall. The citizens of Paris are completely separated from the central square. Some of the Parisians who were crowded and couldn't see the square simply ran to the nearby buildings, knocked on the door of the room, and watched on the balcony with the owner of the room. More Parisians decided to stand on tiptoe when the two emperors arrived, so that they could see the emperor in the square. In this way, the citizens of Paris in the City Hall began to wait boringly. On the other hand, Jerome Bonaparte, who was riding on a horse, arrived near the temporary military train station in the suburbs of Paris, after stopping for nearly half an hour amid the attention and cheers of the Parisians at this time. This military temporary railway station was blocked by French soldiers as early as the night before, and all trains could not stop at this platform before the arrival of the Austrian emperor. As for the pedestrians and the like, it is even more impossible. When Jerome Bonaparte arrived at the railway station, General Wayne, the commander of the Seine military district who was in charge of guarding the railway station, immediately walked up to Jerome Bonaparte and saluted Jerome Bonaparte. General Wayne, you've worked hard. Jerome Bonaparte dismounted with a solemn expression and returned the salute to Wayne. Your Majesty, this is what I should do. General Wayne responded to Jerome Bonaparte in a sonorous tone. Then, Jerome Bonaparte asked Wayne where Richard Metternich was. Your Majesty, Ambassador Richard Metternich is in the train station, accompanied by Minister Cousin Montauban waiting for the arrival of the Austrian Emperor. Marshal Wayne responded, that's good. Let's go. Come with me to the train station. Jerome Bonaparte said to General Wayne. Yes. Vaillant responded hurriedly, then followed behind Jerome Bonaparte, and lined up with needlepoint. Jerome Bonaparte, who entered the inner platform of the train station, saw Richard Metternich in the center of the platform at a glance. Jerome Bonaparte hurriedly stepped forward and said to Richard Metternich, Ambassador Richard, I kept you waiting. Your Majesty, I just arrived too. Richard Metternich quickly responded, but from time to time he glanced at the end of the railway. Don't look any further. This train will arrive in about 20 minutes. Jerome Bonaparte said with a smile. Richard Metternich's face was slightly embarrassed. He lowered his head and did not look at the railway again. Seeing that the atmosphere was gradually condensing, Jerome Bonaparte spoke again to Richard Metternich. Ambassador Richard, while we still have some time, should we talk about something casually? Your Majesty, please tell me. Richard Metternich hurriedly responded, I must know everything. What do you think about the railway? Jerome Bonaparte asked Richard Metternich casually, pointing to the railway in front of him. Richard Metternich glanced at the railway and then tentatively replied to Jerome Bonaparte, Your Majesty, I think the railway is changing the way we travel. This can barely be regarded as an aspect. Jerome Bonaparte nodded and replied to Richard Metternich, the railway not only changed our travel, but more importantly, it changed the mode of war. The mode of war? Richard Metternich showed a puzzled expression. Do you know how we maintained supplies when we were in Crimea? Jerome Bonaparte asked. Through the transport ship? Richard Metternich asked Jerome Bonaparte. The role of the transport ship is to disassemble the assembled artillery and then transport it. As long as all the materials used in the weapons and rails are transported by rail, our rail network can transport the iron in the Lorraine region in the shortest time. The mine was transported to Paris and Les Clissoult, processed and dismantled through these two, and then loaded again to Toulon. From Toulon to Strasbourg again by boat. The delay in the whole process will not exceed 3 God. Jerome Bonaparte said to Richard Metternich, and our arsenal in Paris alone can produce an average of nearly 30,000 rounds of ammunition, more than 5,000 rifles, and more than 300 artillery pieces per day, 2,000 rounds of artillery shells, and more than 20 kilometers of rails and logs. These production capacities are not the limit of Paris, and more arsenals have been put into construction in Paris. After listening to Jerome Bonaparte's statistics, Richard Metternich couldn't help feeling an unprecedented chill in his heart. What was Jerome Bonaparte's purpose in saying this? Is it simply to demonstrate against him? I don't provide you with these data to demonstrate to you. Jerome Bonaparte seemed to see through Richard Metternich's inner thoughts at a glance, and he hurriedly appeased Richard Metternich. I just want you to understand that the role of railways in the military field, the logistical problems that once plagued the big army, are no longer a problem after the rise of railways. We were able to move personnel and materials from one area within 2 weeks, shipping to another region. This was something that my uncle could never have imagined at that time. Although there were steam engines in that era, their power was far less than it is now. In less than half a century, our world has changed so much. If the Austrian Empire is still embracing the new era with old ideas, then even with the help of France, Austria is destined to be ruthlessly eliminated. The wheel of the times should never know that the country has a long history, and thus pity the country. He will only ruthlessly run over everything in front of him that hinders his progress. Your Majesty, I'm just an ordinary diplomat. You should speak these words to Your Majesty or the Prime Minister. Although Richard Metternich agreed with Jerome Bonaparte's words, he still had to put it right his own position. He responded to Jerome Bonaparte, Am I talking to a future Austrian Prime Minister? Jerome Bonaparte said in a slightly frivolous tone, Your Majesty, you are really joking. Richard Metternich shook his head with a wry smile, and responded to Jerome Bonaparte, What? Have no confidence in yourself as Prime Minister? Or do you want to live in the shadow of your father all your life? Jerome Bonaparte asked Richard Metternich. A good father is often a nightmare for the child, and people always unconsciously compare the two to each other, and come to the conclusion that the son is not as good as the father. In fact, some children are not inferior to their fathers, but they do not have the stage and opportunity to perform like their fathers. Your Majesty, Richard Metternich couldn't help but want to tell Jerome Bonaparte that he was not expected to be Prime Minister, but when it came to his lips, he couldn't say anything. In fact, in Richard Metternich's heart, he still has a dream of being Prime Minister and surpassing his father. What's the matter, Prime Minister Richard? Jerome Bonaparte asked Richard Metternich in a playful tone. Your Majesty, I'm just an ordinary diplomat. Richard Metternich emphasized again, this time with a hint of embarrassment. Jerome Bonaparte shrugged and said to Richard Metternich, Okay, ordinary Ambassador Richard. Then, Jerome Bonaparte continued, where did you just say? The railway. The railway. Jerome Bonaparte gushed about the benefits of building railways to Richard Metternich. Riyadh1.com. After listening to Jerome Bonaparte, Richard Metternich slightly some heart. However, when he thought of the finances of the Austrian Empire itself, Richard Metternich's heart instantly turned cold. As far as Austria's current financial situation is concerned, let alone building a railway like Jerome Bonaparte, even if it is only 1/3 of the French Empire, all the money that needs to be paid is a current Richard May, an astronomical number that Turn could not have imagined. Your Majesty, the railway you mentioned is indeed an indispensable thing for a country, but the length of the railway also depends on the economy of a country. Richard Metternich said to Jerome Bonaparte, I'm afraid it will be difficult for the Austrian Empire to build railways like the French Empire. You are right. There are indeed some gaps between countries, so you need to use external forces. Jerome Bonaparte said to Richard Metternich. External force? Richard Metternich immediately understood what Jerome Bonaparte meant. That's right. External forces. The French Empire is willing to help the Austrian Empire, as long as the Austrian Empire can pay her a certain amount of interest. Chapter 569. Alliance of Two Kings. The French Empire is willing to provide some help to the Austrian Empire, and the Austrian Empire only needs to pay the interest. After Jerome Bonaparte said this sentence, Richard Metternich immediately realized that the questions that Jerome Bonaparte asked him before were all for the purpose of this sentence bearing point as the monarch of a huge empire. Jerome Bonaparte actually asked the Austrian Empire whether he was willing to attract investment. There was no such word in this era, regardless of his own image, which was a bit confusing to Richard Metternich. Feeling a little surprised, however, Richard Metternich did not dislike Jerome Bonaparte's copper-smelling behavior. In the 19th century, when capitalism was about to move towards monopoly, the power of gold power represented by the exchange, here, not only the Paris Exchange, had a tendency to compete with the power of the king. Even if it was a bloodline like the Austrian Empire, there is no way for the nobles to ignore the power of Jinquan Point compared with a monarch like Jerome Bonaparte, whose body is covered with the smell of copper. His own monarch Franz Joseph is like a monarch who came to Habsburg from the last century. Richard Metternich couldn't see any trace of this era from him, just like a zombie living in this era. Although Richard Metternich was ashamed of his blasphemy against the monarch, he had no intention of repenting at all. Especially after he served as secretary of the Austrian embassy in France. Richard Metternich was even more disgusted with the environment in the Vienna court. The topic has gone too far. Although Richard Metternich himself is not disgusted by Jerome Bonaparte's behavior, he also does not have the conditions for inviting investment. After all, he is nothing more than an ambassador, and the Interior Minister Bach is the one who controls the entire Austrian economic lifeline. At this moment, Richard Metternich had a desperate urge to climb up. At the beginning, Bach was just an ordinary lawyer. Bach in 1848 was still the Austrian Empire, only because he was valued by the late Prime Minister Felix Schwarzenberg. Died in 1853, all the way climbed to the position of Home Secretary. His conditions are much better than Bach, and he should climb to a wider sky. Ambassador Richard? Ambassador Richard? Just when Richard Metternich was thinking about it, Jerome Bonaparte's voice reached Richard Metternich's ear and interrupted the imagination of Richard Metternich. Sorry, I'm lost. Richard Metternich apologized to Jerome Bonaparte. Nothing. Jerome Bonaparte shook his head and asked Richard Metternich again. Mr. Richard, what do you think of what I just said? Your Majesty, I don't think I have the right to discuss this issue. Richard Metternich reiterated again. Your Majesty, I'm just an insignificant ambassador. You should send someone to ask Minister Bach on this question. Bach? Jerome Bonaparte said to Richard Metternich with interest. If I remember correctly, he should not be a noble. Yes. Richard Metternich showed a look of surprise on his face. He never thought that the Emperor knew Bach. I have to say that he is indeed a rare talent, and the entire Hungarian kingdom has become a small area under his split. Jerome Bonaparte turned to Bach as the policy began to comment. The Bohemian bureaucracy he leads holds the power of the entire Hungarian region and strengthens Austria's control over Hungary. If Chancellor Bach knew that he could be evaluated like this by you, he must be very happy. Richard Metternich said to Jerome Bonaparte. But Jerome Bonaparte turned to Richard Metternich and said, although his method mentioned Austria's control over Hungary, it also buried a hidden danger. What? Hidden danger? Richard Metternich asked subconsciously. He turned Vienna and Hungary into two opposing existences. Jerome Bonaparte pointed out the fault of Minister Bach. Your high-handed policy in Hungary does help to manage Hungary, but blindly high-handed policy it will only push those who originally wanted the empire to the opposite side. A certain emperor once said, who is our enemy and who is our friend? This is the main problem that a regime will face. Jerome Bonaparte shamelessly copied the words of a great man decades in advance and then carried out a second magic modification. Under the guidance of Jerome Bonaparte, Richard Metternich subconsciously thought about the problems facing the Austrian Empire from the perspective of the Prime Minister. Who are their friends? Are their enemies? Richard Metternich turned his attention to Jerome Bonaparte. He believed that the monarch in front of him must have seen the problems facing Hungary. Your Majesty, what is the problem we face in Hungary? Richard Metternich asked Jerome Bonaparte. This question. Jerome Bonaparte dragged a long tone, and under Richard Metternich's hopeful gaze, he ended the topic with the sound of the train whistle in the distance. The train is coming soon. Richard Metternich's eyes dimmed slightly, and then he regained his mood. He straightened his body and showed a solemn expression to prepare for the Austrian Emperor Franz Joseph and the Duchess Elizabeth. General Wayne, who was standing behind Jerome Bonaparte, also carefully turned around and waved at the adjutant behind him. After seeing General Wayne's actions, the adjutant also waved back, and a military band stepped onto the platform. With the passage of time, the whistle of the train was getting closer and closer, and Jerome Bonaparte said lightly back, "You guys get ready." After hearing the instructions of Jerome Bonaparte, the military band put their mouths on the instruments, and as soon as the train stopped, they began to play the passionate Marseillaise. When the train was less than 200 meters away from the platform, it slowed down slowly, and then stopped smoothly in front of the platform. As the train door opened, the Austrian Emperor Franz Joseph and his fiancée, Duchess Elizabeth, got up and walked slowly towards the train gate. Behind them was the envoy who came with them this time. The regiment included Prince Metternich, advisor, Prince Wendisch Gritz, advisor, Count Bauer, etc. The impassioned Marseillaise sounded on the platform. This majestic tone was like a thunderbolt that cut through the hazy sky, causing Franz Joseph to feel an inexplicable disgust, causing him to stop involuntarily. "What's wrong?" Duchess Elizabeth, who was Franz Joseph's fiancée, asked softly after seeing Franz Joseph's state at this time. Franz Joseph paused, then showed a stiff smile, and said to Elizabeth, "It's nothing. Let's go down." After speaking, Franz Joseph resumed his steps and continued to move forward. "Welcome to Paris, my brother." Franz Joseph, who had just stepped out of the gate of the train, was immediately embraced warmly by the French Emperor Jerome Bonaparte as a gesture of friendship. "Thank you." Franz Joseph responded to Jerome Bonaparte as usual. However, if you look closely at Franz Joseph's eyes, you can see that resistance flashed in Franz Joseph's eyes. He really didn't want Jerome Bonaparte to use such a method. In Franz Joseph's view, only orthodox monarchs can use this etiquette, and the Bonaparte family itself is a usurper. If it weren't for the Austrian Empire's need to rely on the loneliness of the French Empire, Franz Joseph wouldn't say anything. For Franz Joseph, this meeting was nothing more than a routine political meeting. Moreover, he himself did not think that he could have anything in common with Jerome Bonaparte. After the two monarchs hugged each other, they released each other at the same time. "It's been a really hard journey," Jerome Bonaparte said to the monarch brother in front of him with a hypocritical expression. "There were no accidents along the way." Franz Joseph still had a dull expression. He shook his head and responded to Jerome Bonaparte, "Nothing happened since Franz Joseph entered the French border. You reading www.urcanchu.com received strict protection along the way. It was not until Franz Joseph and Elizabeth left Strasbourg by train that the officials and generals of Strasbourg breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." Jerome Bonaparte nodded in satisfaction, then turned to look at Princess Elizabeth in a long white court dress beside Franz Joseph. At this time, Elizabeth was like a princess who came out of a fairy tale world. Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help but praise, "Which fairy tale world are you a princess from, Your Majesty?" Princess Elizabeth bowed to Jerome Bonaparte with a smile, and introduced herself to Jerome Bonaparte. "Oh, it turns out to be Princess Elizabeth." Jerome Bonaparte suddenly applied, then reached out and grabbed the back of Princess Sis's hand gently. "Welcome to Paris." Then, Jerome Bonaparte let go of Elizabeth's hand and said to the embassy behind him, "On behalf of all the cabinet members, the Legislative Council, the Senate, and the Senate, I welcome you all." Chapter 570, Contradictory Franz Joseph. After Jerome Bonaparte and Franz Joseph had a brief note on the platform, Jerome Bonaparte asked Franz Joseph whether he would like to ride a horse or a carriage. Facing Jerome Bonaparte's provocation, Franz Joseph resolutely chose to ride a horse. "Princess Elizabeth, what about you?" Jerome Bonaparte asked, turning to Princess Sissi. "Then I'll ride." Before Elizabeth could finish speaking, Franz Joseph glanced at Elizabeth with his slightly melancholy eyes, and Elizabeth immediately remembered how her mother treated him before he left Vienna. What he said, he immediately changed his tune and said, "Let's take a carriage." The small movements of Elizabeth and Franz Joseph naturally did not hide Jerome Bonaparte. Looking at the couple in front of them who had begun to have minor conflicts before they got married, Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help feeling for Elizabeth. Sad for what happened in the future. Why? Poor Elizabeth. I'm afraid she still doesn't know what kind of situation she will face in the future. Regret for regret. Jerome Bonaparte can never tell them, your future marriage is not happy, so dissolve the marriage as soon as possible. If he dared to say so, the relationship between the French Empire and the Austrian Empire would probably face ups and downs. Besides, that's also someone's family business, and it has nothing to do with him at all. After inquiring about the means of transportation that Franz Joseph and Elizabeth chose, Jerome Bonaparte introduced to Franz Joseph and others Neil, Valent and others who followed him. Franz Joseph nodded and then verbally encouraged the generals present. Praise them as the best army commanders in all of France. You're too much. Jerome Bonaparte responded humbly to Franz Joseph on behalf of Neil and General Valent, and then said to Franz Joseph, "It's getting late. Time to go." "Okay, let's go." Franz Joseph nodded and responded to Jerome Bonaparte. The two monarchs walked side by side and soon reached the side of the carriage. "Princess Elizabeth, get in the car first," Jerome Bonaparte said to Elizabeth. After Elizabeth responded, she sat in the gilt convertible carriage. Jerome Bonaparte and Franz Joseph both got on their horses at the same time and followed the mission behind Franz Joseph. Except for the people who couldn't get on the horse, Prince Metternich, the rest of the people rode on the horses specially prepared for them. After everyone was on their horses, Jerome Bonaparte said, "Let's go." Paris City Hall. Franz Joseph, who was riding beside Jerome Bonaparte, had a panicked look on his face after hearing the Paris City Hall from Jerome Bonaparte's mouth. He did not understand why Jerome Bonaparte took him to the Paris City Hall. It stands to reason that one should not go to the Tuileries immediately. The Austrian embassy, who was one or two positions behind Jerome Bonaparte and Franz Joseph, also showed a touch of surprise after hearing the Paris City Hall. So, Foreign Secretary Paul, who was riding on a horse, approached Richard Metternich cautiously and asked Richard Metternich in a low voice what was going on. Richard Metternich also lowered his voice and told Boer that he didn't know what was going on. Perhaps it was a scene that was temporarily added by the Emperor of France. However, since things had come to an end, they could only follow Jerome Bonaparte to the Paris City Hall first. After Jerome Bonaparte and Franz Joseph left the Paris railway station, the soldiers stationed at the Paris railway station began to retreat in an orderly manner, departing from the Paris temporary train station in the 10th arrondissement of the Seine, which is still an undeveloped area. The team went all the way south and soon arrived at Rue Rivoli. Then head west along Rue Rivoli, with Paris City Hall within easy reach. When Jerome Bonaparte and Franz Joseph gradually approached Paris City Hall Square, more and more residents were on both sides of the road, and people looked at Franz Joseph on a horse with curiosity. This is the first great monarch to visit Paris since the establishment of the empire. Actually, some small state monarchs have arrived, but they are more low-key. Moreover, the last time the Habsburg Emperor visited France was a century and a half ago, which means that only a few people in Paris knew him. For the vast majority of Parisians, Franz Joseph was an extremely mysterious person. Therefore, many people are full of curiosity about Franz Joseph. They look around and don't want to let go of a little detail, just like watching a grand drama. Franz Joseph, who was watched by many, still had a dull and melancholy expression on his face, as if there were countless troubles surrounding the sunshine in his heart. And Jerome Bonaparte, walking side by side with Franz Joseph, shows the opposite side of Franz Joseph. He is high-spirited and flamboyant, as if everything is under his control. In the same way, the Napoleon hat on his head was taken off by him from time to time and waved in the air. Every wave is bound to cause cheers from the Parisians on both sides of the road. Under the watchful eyes of Parisians on both sides of the road, Jerome Bonaparte and Franz Joseph arrived at the square of the Paris City Hall and stopped in front of the City Hall. Government officials headed by horsemen, his Majesty Jerome Bonaparte, His Majesty Franz Joseph. On behalf of all my colleagues in the Paris City Hall, I welcome the arrival of the two majesties. Horseman, the senior official of the same department, spoke loudly to Jerome Rowe, who was riding on his horse. Bonaparte and Franz Joseph said, "Salute." The officers in the square hurriedly shouted loudly. The soldiers in charge of maintaining the security of the square raised their bayonets to salute the two monarchs on horses at almost the same time. The bayonets reflected a dazzling cold light under the sunlight. His Majesty Jerome Bonaparte waved to Ottoman and the surrounding soldiers with a serious face, and his eyebrows involuntarily revealed a complacent look. And Franz Joseph, who was side by side with Jerome Bonaparte, also showed a smile on his face, but his smile looked very reluctant. This kind of smile is like a forced expression, but his reluctance is understandable. Franz Joseph himself is not a monarch who likes to distance himself from the people like Jerome Bonaparte. Living in the strict Habsburg court, he was instilled with the idea of blood system since he was a child. Therefore, in his view, there should be a fence made of nobles in front of the monarch and his subjects, so as to protect the monarch himself. In addition, the huge revolution a few years ago made Franz Joseph see the mob more clearly, so he was more dependent on the aristocracy. Then again, as long as the Austrian Empire under the leadership of Franz Joseph has another way out, he will not agree to the minister's persuasion to come to Paris and show his love to the Bonaparte family. Franz Joseph himself thinks his posture is already low. That was the case back then, referring to Holy Roman Emperor Franz marrying his daughter to Emperor Napoleon, and it is still the case now. Even with the most respected bloodline in the world, it is unavoidable to make a little sacrifice and concession for the benefit of royalty. This kind of forced sacrifice will always cause a kind of resentment in the heart of the victim. No matter how much Franz Joseph resented Jerome Bonaparte and the empire he built, he still had to bow his head to Jerome Bonaparte and agree to his arrangement, who made the current Habsburg strength gradually unable to keep up with the status he has, and his neighbors in the north, west, and east always cast malicious glances at them. If the Austrian Empire did not choose a strong country as its support, I'm afraid that these three countries would directly tear the Austrian Empire into pieces. The Prussian kingdom, that was incompatible in the north, was excluded. Franz Joseph and others believed that once they compromised with the Prussian kingdom, they would be gradually excluded from the German sphere of influence by the Prussian kingdom, and only the east and the west could be chosen for them. Compared to the poor and greedy Russian Empire, the French Empire looks extraordinarily beautiful. At least the current stage of the French Empire does not have the same needs for the Austrian Empire as the original Russian Empire. In order to win them over, the French Empire also specifically endorsed their occupation of the Danube Principality. It's like the Russian Empire Riyadh1.com just pulled them when the Austrian Empire was in danger and wanted the Austrian Empire to accompany them to jump into the fire pit. In a sense, they would rather bow to the underblooded French Empire than to the savage and insatiable greed of the Russian Empire. The former just wanted to make the Austrian Empire a younger brother, while the latter wanted to make the Austrian Empire a direct son. In the face of the two choices of son and younger brother, a slightly normal person knows how to choose. As to say, the Habsburgs do not rely on others to strive for themselves. No kidding, the Habsburgs wouldn't be here if they could rise up on their own. The internal contradictions of the empire and the external diplomatic environment of the empire have completely eliminated the bridge of Habsburg self-struggle. Under the watchful eyes of Parisians on the square, Jerome Bonaparte and Franz Joseph dismounted from their horses, and the Countess Elizabeth in the carriage also lifted the curtains, revealing a delicate face, which aroused the presence of Parisians to feel good. Chapter 571. Countries react. Paris citizens, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to spontaneously come to Paris City Hall Square to participate in this welcome ceremony for my brother Franz Joseph and his fiancée. Jerome Bonaparte in front of the Paris City Hall Square said to the Parisians in front of the square with a calm tone and confident expression in the open space in front of the square, "The Austrian Empire and the French Empire, my uncle, has been a pair since the beginning. Partners who support each other and help each other. We must not forget the help of Prince Metternich and Emperor Franz when the French nation was in the most difficult time. It is precisely because of their righteous speech at the Vienna conference that my country, only our nation, can stand up as quickly as possible. Perhaps some of you will say that the Austrian Empire is also one of the countries that restricts France. However, I would like to ask how much Austria harm has done to France compared to the pain that Russia has done to France by those who are trying to provoke France and Austria. When Jerome Bonaparte was in there, when he said every word, the face of the Prussian ambassador in the crowd greatly changed. Here, I sincerely hope that between the two great countries of France and Austria, I can live to forget all kinds of unhappiness in the past and join hands to walk into a new world chapter. As soon as Jerome Bonaparte finished speaking, there was warm applause from the crowd. In the thunderous applause, Jerome Bonaparte bowed slightly to the Paris citizens present, then turned to Franz Joseph with a friendly smile and extended his hand to invite Franz Joseph to speak. Facing Jerome Bonaparte's invitation, Franz Joseph had no choice but to take out the speech he was going to give at the banquet. I saw Franz Joseph unhurriedly walked in front of Jerome Bonaparte and stood side by side with Jerome Bonaparte. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank each and every one of you for being here to welcome me and my fiancée. I'm delighted to have been invited by my brother, Emperor Jerome Bonaparte, to visit such a country with a long history and a prosperous culture. Franz Joseph spoke to the residents of Paris City Hall in a respectful but not dignified tone, and you could hear Franz Joseph from his mouth. Joseph's feelings for Paris, as if every word were his words from the bottom of his heart. When I first stepped into the French territory, I felt the enthusiasm of the French. This enthusiasm is shown in the way of reception. The reception I received in France far exceeded my expectations, and I was flattered and apprehensive. I don't know how I should respond to your enthusiasm, so I can only hope that you will one day travel to Vienna and let us Austrians also have the opportunity to welcome you in the same way. I'm absolutely sure, when it comes to hospitality, Austria is by no means inferior to France. Franz Joseph glanced at Jerome Bonaparte next to him and said in a slightly humble tone to the residents of Paris, "My sincere heart, your emperor and queen, will be able to arrive in Paris one day. I believe that the Austrian people will welcome your emperor with more enthusiasm as you welcome me." After Franz Joseph finished speaking, he followed the example of Jerome Bonaparte and bowed to the Paris citizens present. In an instant, applause from the entire Paris City Hall square came like a storm. Even those who hated the autocratic empire again could not feel disgust for the humble emperor in front of him at this time. There is no one who doesn't like to hear other people compliment him, especially the person who said this is the monarch of another empire. Of course, not everyone is willing to hear Franz Joseph's remarks. On the edge of the square, the Prussian ambassador was looking sadly at Jerome Bonaparte and Franz Joseph in the center of the town hall square. For the Prussian ambassador, there is nothing worse than the current situation. Recently, the French Empire and the Austrian Empire are approaching each other at a speed visible to the naked eye, and they are almost on the verge of forming an offensive and defensive alliance. And Franz Joseph's bow just now was enough to make the Prussian ambassador feel that his world was about to collapse. As we all know, the Habsburg dynasty was a dynasty that advocated orthodox order even more than the Kingdom of Prussia, and their new monarch was a monarch who was staunchly opposed to compromise with the mob. It was such a reactionary monarch who bowed before the most revolutionary Parisian citizens. This also means that the contradiction between the Austrian Empire and the French Empire is far less than the needs of the alliance between the Austrian Empire and the French Empire. In order to successfully form an alliance with the French Empire, the monarch of the sliding door was even willing to bow to the revolutionaries in Paris. Once the Austrian Empire and the French Empire successfully formed an alliance, the Kingdom of Prussia would never be able to turn around. During the Napoleonic Wars, the influence of the French Empire's army on the Kingdom of Prussia still remains, and many Prussian soldiers fear the French army even more than the officer's whip. Not to mention, all kinds of jokes were circulated in the Rhineland, which indirectly affected the morale of the soldiers of the Kingdom of Prussia against the French army. However, the Prussian ambassador did not know that the sponsor behind these ruffles was Jerome Bonaparte of the Tuileries Palace, and ruffles were not only popular in the Rhineland, but also in the South German states and the Kingdom of Hanover. Milk is also popular. Although the Prussian ambassador himself loves Prussia far more than Germany, it does not mean that the ambassador does not have a German dream. He himself hopes to establish a new German confederation that excludes Austria's influence. The structure of this confederation should preferably take the Kingdom of Prussia as the core point, thinking of the possible impact on the Kingdom of Prussia after the alliance between the French Empire and the Austrian Empire. The Prussian ambassador felt a light on his back point, therefore, he decided to take advantage of the fact that the two countries had not yet completely formed a close alliance to find Minister de Louis. Let Minister Louis relieve his pressure and see if he could get from de Louis. From the minister's mouth, he could hear the attitude of the French Empire. If the French Empire really intends to form an alliance with the Austrian Empire, then the Kingdom of Prussia must consider how to prevent the joint suppression of the Austrian Empire and the French Empire. On the other hand, if the French Empire and the Austrian Empire were just playing together, then the opportunity for the Kingdom of Prussia would come. So, the Prussian ambassador left the city hall in thunderous applause from the Place de la City Hall in Paris, and his move happened to be seen by the ambassadors of the Kingdom of Württemberg and the Kingdom of Saxony not far from him. Where did you say the ambassador of Prussia left in a hurry? The Great Saxony asked the ambassador of the Kingdom of Württemberg beside him in a schadenfreude tone. As the ambassador of the Kingdom of Saxony, who has lost some ground with the Kingdom of Prussia, no one is more happy to see the Kingdom of Prussia collapse, probably. The Doc d'Orsay, the location of the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The ambassador of the Kingdom of Württemberg said to the ambassador of Saxony unhurriedly, "It seems that the alliance between His Majesty Franz and His Majesty Jerome has made the Kingdom of Prussia feel threatened." The ambassador of Saxony continued to the ambassador of Württemberg, "After all, the strongest army in Europe and the oldest family are united, so what country is not afraid of?" The Württemberg ambassador shrugged and said in his usual tone, "Yeah, the French Empire's movement in the Crimea Peninsula is too fast. I thought it would take the French Empire a long time to occupy a city, who knows?" Ambassador Saxon also sighed. Then he turned to the ambassador of Württemberg and said, "To be honest, I really envy you. The current Kingdom of Württemberg is probably the safest country in Europe. Once Queen Augusta is the heir of the Emperor. In the future, I'm afraid that there will be no mistakes in the status of Württemberg for 2 generations. Moreover, His Majesty the Emperor's love for Queen Augusta, speaking of which, the ambassador of Saxony revealed a hint of envy in his eyes. Riyadh1.com He admired the great gamble of the Kingdom of Württemberg very much. At that time, Jerome Bonaparte's position was not stable, and the unrest in various places had not yet subsided, so many people predicted that Jerome Bonaparte's empire might be overthrown by the next revolution at any time. Therefore, not many people were willing to marry Jerome Bonaparte. The fact that the Kingdom of Württemberg was able to agree to the marriage under a lot of pressure really surprised the princes of Germany. With the passage of time, Jerome Bonaparte's position has not been overthrown as they predicted, but has gradually stabilized. The pressure on the Kingdom of Württemberg also gradually decreased with the stability of the French Empire. Until the beginning of the Crimean War, the pressure on the Kingdom of Württemberg completely disappeared and showed a positive feedback situation. Many German countries had to indirectly show goodwill to the French Empire through the Kingdom of Württemberg, in order to prevent the French Empire from harming the Pont-Fiche. After the army of the French Empire occupied Sevastopol, the Kingdom of Württemberg was regarded as the incarnation of the French Empire in Germany by the vassal states of South Germany, and the Kingdom of Württemberg was prosperous for the region of South Germany. It's nothing. This is just the love of His Majesty and the Queen. The ambassador of the Kingdom of Württemberg responded to the ambassador of the Kingdom of Saxony, then glanced at the ambassador of Saxony and said, "Your Excellency Ambassador, you didn't call me here on purpose, just for the sake of say this. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 572. Diplomacy in a brief piece. Your Excellency Ambassador, you asked me to come here to say these things." Württemberg looked at the Saxon ambassador with a half smile. If he, the Württemberg ambassador, guessed correctly, the Saxon ambassador in front of him is likely to come to him for the problem of the Russian Empire. As for why the ambassador of Württemberg decided that the ambassador of Saxony was here for Russian affairs, of course, it was because of the special status of the ambassador of Saxony. He was the son-in-law of the current Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Empire, Nesselrode. And the two countries of Saxony and Württemberg do not have any intersection in themselves. the big brother behind their respective countries, is now about to form an alliance, and they do not need to act as brokers to connect with each other. Therefore, the ambassador of Saxony could not be here for the official business of the Saxony kingdom. The only possibility was that he was entrusted by Nesharodi to communicate with the French Empire and test the bottom line of peace in the French Empire. Of course, this behavior of Nesharodi is a very normal thing in this era. Jean's diplomatic field in this era was still occupied by nobles, and nobles were married to each other, and diplomacy through the relationship between nobles was also an important part. Of course, this is only one aspect. The ambassador of Saxony, who was exposed by the words of the ambassador of Württemberg, did not show much embarrassment. He still showed a calm expression, and said to the ambassador of Württemberg, "Actually, I'm following my father-in-law's order to present a present to the crown prince who is about to be born by Queen Augusta. Then, you should directly dedicate it to His Majesty the Emperor." The Württemberg ambassador responded to the Saxon ambassador with an old godlike expression on his face. "I'm just an ordinary Württemberg ambassador, and I have no ability to help you at all. You, or ask another Guillaume." After speaking, the Württemberg ambassador raised his hand to stop the conversation. "Mr. Ambassador, please wait." The ambassador of Saxony disregarded the diplomat's demeanor, grabbed the sleeve of the ambassador of Saxony, and prevented him from leaving, and said to him complimentingly, "Mr. Ambassador, if it wasn't for you to oppose the opposition, if you let the Queen marry your Majesty, I'm afraid that the Queen will not become one of the most honorable people in the whole of Europe. Your kindness with the Emperor and the Queen is far from being comparable to ordinary people. Even if I have a good personal relationship with His Majesty the Emperor and the Empress, I'm always the ambassador of the Kingdom of Württemberg, not the ambassador of the French Empire." The ambassador of Württemberg specially emphasized, and then shrugged and revealed some news to the ambassador of Saxony. "And His Majesty Bonaparte himself is not willing to start peace talks now. How do you say this?" Ambassador Saxony asked in a low voice. Immediately afterwards, the ambassador of Württemberg revealed to the ambassador of Saxony the conversation he had had with Jerome Bonaparte by the fireplace when he was visiting Queen Augusta on behalf of the King of Württemberg. The Württemberg ambassador at the time also politely asked Jerome Bonaparte if he was willing to end the Crimean War. If Jerome Bonaparte is willing to end the Crimean War, then the Kingdom of Württemberg is willing to act as a peace messenger to convey the Emperor's ideas to St. Petersburg. If you don't want to, then forget it. Jerome Bonaparte told the Württemberg ambassador that he was willing to start negotiations with the Russian Empire at the right time, not now. Now the ambassador of Saxony wants to use his wife's diplomacy to build a channel for the French-Russian negotiation. Basically, the possibility of success is not high, sir. My father-in-law also knows that peace talks with the French Empire are unlikely now. Ambassador Saxony also responded to him, "I just hope you can bring a word to His Majesty for me." "What?" the ambassador of the Kingdom of Württemberg asked. My father-in-law said, "Although France and Russia are at war, there is no hatred between the two countries." The ambassador of Saxony said to the ambassador of Württemberg, while approaching the ambassador of Württemberg, and then put a gem the size of a duck egg without a trace. He put it in the pocket of the ambassador of Württemberg. "This is a gift prepared by my father-in-law for the soon-to-be-born crown prince. Please take me and pass it to Her Royal Highness." The ambassador of Saxony paused for a while, and then continued, "We will never forget your friendship and love for us." When the ambassador of Württemberg heard the ambassador of Saxony say friendship and warm pillow, his indifferent expression immediately eased. P.S. Friendship and hot pillows mean benefits. I can only say what I can do. Ambassador Württemberg responded to the ambassador of Saxony, "I can't guarantee that this will be successful. Please rest assured. Even if it fails, we are very grateful for your help." Ambassador Saxony responded quickly, "That's good." The ambassador of Saxony nodded and promised the ambassador of Saxony, "I will tell Queen Augusta that's troublesome." Just when the ambassadors of Saxony and Württemberg were conducting political transactions, the Prussian ambassador, who had left the Paris town hall square in a carriage, had already arrived near the Orsay pier. The ambassador of the Kingdom of Prussia, who entered the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, was led by the Secretary of State of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to the reception room on the second floor of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. "Minister, Lewis is still in a meeting now, and I can talk to you in a while. Please wait a moment. The state secretary politely said to the ambassador of the Kingdom of Prussia. When will the ongoing meeting of Minister Lewis end? The Prussian ambassador hurriedly asked. It will take about 10 to 20 minutes. The Secretary of State replied. I don't know the exact time either. I see. The Prussian ambassador nodded, and then added, please be sure to tell Minister D. Lewis, when he dismisses the meeting, that he is waiting for him here with me. Please don't worry. The state secretary's expression to the Prussian ambassador will definitely tell him the news of the ambassador of the Kingdom of Prussia. The Secretary of State, who left the reception room, climbed up the stairs, stopped at the minister's office on the top floor, and pushed open the door of the minister's office. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, de Roos, was in the office. At this time, he was not in a meeting as the Secretary of State had said, but was sitting on the sofa turning over the files of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. What's the matter? De Roos, who heard the movement at the door, raised his head and saw the Secretary of State, who was gradually approaching him. Your Excellency, I have followed your instructions to hang the ambassador of the Kingdom of Prussia in the reception room, and told him that you are in a meeting, and it will take 10 to 20 minutes before the meeting can be dismissed. The Secretary of State told him to the ambassador of the Kingdom of Prussia. If so, repeat it again. Sure enough, D. Lewis muttered in a low voice, a smile involuntarily drawn on the corner of his mouth. Judging from the current time, the ambassador of the Kingdom of Prussia obviously came here directly after leaving the field halfway point. This also means that the Prussian ambassador's reaction to the alliance with FAO was more excited than he imagined. As a country's diplomatic ambassador, the most taboo is impulsiveness. Every impulsive behavior will have a certain degree of impact on the country behind him. Now de Roos only needs to let the Prussian ambassador hang out for a while, and the Prussian ambassador in the reception room will naturally be messed up. At that time, when D. Lewis goes to talk with the Prussian ambassador again, it will definitely be more effective with less effort. Then, call me in 25 minutes, I'll take a moment. De Roos put down the file in his hand and gave an order to the Secretary of State. Yes. The Secretary of State responded hurriedly, and then left the minister's office. 25 minutes passed quickly, and de Roos, who was in a light sleep, was called from the sofa by the Secretary of State. Under the leadership of the Secretary of State, de Roos came to a room. The Prussian ambassador is in there, said the Secretary of State to de Roos. De Roos nodded, then pushed open the door, and entered the room. At this time, the Prussian ambassador, who was waiting in the reception room, saw the door opened, and de Roos appeared at the door, and hurriedly got up to greet him. Mr. Ambassador, I kept you waiting, de Roos said, while pretending to be tired, holding the Prussian ambassador's hand. You are the real hard worker, the Prussian ambassador said complimentably. I'm sorry for calling you right after your regular meeting. It's nothing. De Lewis waved his hand and said nonchalantly, this is my job. De Roos sat on the sofa with the Prussian ambassador. De Roos asked the Prussian ambassador, are you looking for me for something? Actually nothing. The Prussian ambassador went to deny it, and then he asked the minister de Roos why he didn't go to the Paris City Halwa Riyadh1.com to attend the meeting of the two monarchs. De Roos told the ambassador of the Kingdom of Prussia that he had no time to attend the ceremony because he was too busy. You've worked too hard. The Prussian ambassador once again complimented de Roos. It's nothing. Minister de Lewis shook his head and then continued, Your Excellency Ambassador, if you really have nothing to do, then I will excuse me first. After all, there are still many things waiting for me to deal with. Seeing that Minister de Roos wanted to leave, the ambassador of the Kingdom of Prussia had to say to de Roos, actually, I do have something I want to talk to you about, Mr. Ambassador. Go ahead. De Roos stopped and responded to the Prussian ambassador with a smile. Your Excellency, there are all kinds of people in the world. They have upright ministers like you who maintain peace, and there are thugs with bad intentions who want to cause more turmoil for their own benefit. The Prussian ambassador still used vague words. The diplomatic language responded to de Lewis. Mr. Ambassador, don't detour with me. What are you trying to say? De Roosbud pretended to be impatient and said to the Prussian ambassador, if the Kingdom of Prussia also wants to fight alongside the French Empire like Austria, would the French Empire be willing to accept the Kingdom of Prussia? https Genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 573. Fool Prussia. The Kingdom of Prussia wants to fight side by side with the French Empire. De Roos repeated what the ambassador of the Kingdom of Prussia had said with a smile, and then clapped his hands gently. We welcome and cherish everyone who is willing to fight side by side with the French Empire countries, no matter what kind of conflicts they had with the French Empire before. Hearing de Lewis's answer, the Prussian ambassador barely felt a trace of solace in his heart. At least de Lewis did not reject them directly, which was enough to prove that the alliance between the Austrian Empire and the French Empire was not as strong as he imagined. However, the targeted words of Emperor Jerome Bonaparte in Paris City Hall Square still made the Prussian ambassador feel uneasy. So, the Prussian ambassador again tentatively asked de Lewis, "Your Excellency Minister, if the Kingdom of Prussia has made friends with the French Empire, the Austrian Empire intends to harm our interests in the German region, to satisfy itself. If so, how do you plan to respond, Mr. Ambassador? It's too unrealistic if you say that." De Roos responded to the Prussian ambassador with a surprised expression on his face. "Your Excellency Minister, we have to have such worries." The Prussian ambassador spread his hands and said candidly to de Lewis, "Since the end of the Vienna Conference, our Kingdom of Prussia has become a thorn in the eyes of the Austrian Empire, or thorn in the flesh. From Prince Metternich to Prince Schwarzenberg, every Prime Minister of the Austrian Empire has spared no room to suppress us after taking office, just because in our Kingdom of Prussia it is second only to the Austrian Empire in the German region. Our repeated concessions have been exchanged for repeated blows from the Austrian Empire. Your Excellency Ambassador, are you worried that the French Empire will be instigated by the Austrian Empire against you?" De Lewis still maintained a smile on his face. "I believe that the French Empire has a foreign minister like you, and it will not be easily instigated by Austria. It's just..." The Prussian ambassador paused. "I'm worried that the Austrian Empire will use some unrealistic things in exchange for His Majesty's certain time to acquiesce to the Austrian Empire." What? The Prussian ambassador said was unrealistic was the Rhineland territory that Jerome Bonaparte had in mind. Recall that Prince Schwarzenberg used the Rhineland territory as bait in exchange for Jerome Bonaparte's support for the Austrian Empire's beating of the Kingdom of Prussia. At that time, Jerome Bonaparte acquiesced to this matter if it weren't for the Russian Empire's further intervention, and if Jerome Bonaparte's position had not been stabilized, the war between the Kingdom of Prussia and the Austrian Empire would not have ended hastily. Because of this, the Prussian ambassador was afraid that the Austrian Empire would lure the French Empire to them in the same way, thus putting the Kingdom of Prussia in a desperate situation. The diplomatic environment of the Kingdom of Prussia now is not like it was a few years ago. The Kingdom of Prussia a few years ago had the help of the big brother, the Russian Empire. With the opening of the Crimean War, the Kingdom of Prussia not only lost its big brother, the Russian Empire, but also gained the hatred of the big brother along with the Austrian Empire for maintenance neutrality after the war began. P.S. In the history of OTL, the War of the Kingdom of Prussia in armaments has not been as strong as this one. Frederick William IV did not carry out the counter-revolutionary act of bayonet in order to win the favor of the Russian Empire like the Regent William. Therefore, in the OTL world line, the reputation of the Kingdom of Prussia in the German region is much better than that of the original plane, and the relationship with the Russian Empire in the Crimea War film is not as close as the original plane. Therefore, after the Crimean War, the Kingdom of Prussia quickly moved closer to the Russian Empire. The Prussian ambassador can even affirm that the Russian Empire after the war will inevitably have hostile feelings towards the Kingdom of Prussia. If the Austrian Empire had attacked the Kingdom of Prussia at that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Mr. Ambassador, you are worrying too much." Minister de Roos bluntly expressed the concern of the Prussian ambassador. "If you want to say that the Austrian Empire wants to dismantle the Kingdom of Prussia together with the French Empire, there is no need to be so circumspect." "I'm not," the Prussian ambassador hurriedly explained. "I don't think the French Empire would do such a thing. Dismantling the Kingdom of Prussia and the Austrian Empire will inevitably dominate the German region. This is not good for the French Empire. Since, Mr. Ambassador, you all know that this is not good for France, so why do we do it?" De Roos asked back, "You don't have to suspect that the Austrian Empire will be bad for your motherland. I can tell you guarantee, the ambassador of the Austrian Empire did not say a bad word about you when negotiating with us. Instead, they think that the Kingdom of Prussia is also a part of maintaining the European order. If that's the case, then I'm relieved." Although the Prussian ambassador said that he was relieved, he still did not want to believe De Roos's words in his heart. De Roos's speech just now was just to divert the problem point. Will the Austrian Empire say something nice about the Kingdom of Prussia? Unless the sun comes out of the west. Even if De Roos responded to his problem with a perfunctory attitude, he still had to show him the attitude of the Kingdom of Prussia to him. Taking anger would not solve the problem, but would make the problem more troublesome. Speaking of which again, the smile on De Lewis's face became more sincere. "Your ambassador's speech in Frankfurt is really shocking." What? The Prussian ambassador was stunned for a few seconds. He didn't seem to understand what De Roos meant. Have you forgotten the classic speech of the ambassador you appointed in Frankfurt? Speaking of which, I still haven't forgotten that speech. De Lewis's tone began to become strange. "Your Excellency, I really don't know what the Frankfurt Parliament said." The Prussian ambassador responded to Jerome Bonaparte with a puzzled face. De Roos told the Prussian ambassador the Golden Sentence Treaty from the current representative of Frankfurt, von Bismarck, and then tutted his tongue and said, "The representative of your country has a unique view on the treaty." P.S. Von Bismarck's speech in Frankfurt in 1851. "If the treaty is good for us, he is a treaty. If it is bad for us, he is a piece of waste paper." This golden sentence can be said to be the predecessor of historical documents have no practical significance. This is just a personal opinion, not the opinion of the Kingdom of Prussia. The Prussian ambassador hurriedly defended, but the Kingdom of Prussia let such a person act as a representative. De Roos showed a regretful expression on his face. "I really doubt whether the Kingdom of Prussia will really not abide by the treaty as he said." The ambassador of the Kingdom of Prussia had to assure De Roos that they would abide by the established treaty and punish von Bismarck at the same time. "There's no need for punishment." De Roos waved his hand arrogantly. "As long as the Kingdom of Prussia does not really do what the representative of Bismarck said, it will be the best kindness to the French Empire." Mr. Ambassador, you should know that this war is destined to end with the defeat of the Russian Empire. With the defeat of the Russian Empire, the Holy Alliance that excluded France from the mainstream of Europe also disintegrated. A new order will be established under the leadership of the British Kingdom, the French Empire and the Austrian Empire. At that time, the Kingdom of Prussia should not demolish our stage. If it is said that there is a country that dares to tear down the stage, you will bear the consequences yourself. Facing the threat of De Roos, the Prussian ambassador had to reassure De Roos that their Kingdom of Prussia would definitely be the first responders to the new order. "That's good. I'd like to believe in the sincerity of the Kingdom of Prussia." De Roos nodded with satisfaction, and then responded to the Kingdom of Prussia. "Let me tell you, the Austrian Empire did discuss something with the French Empire." "What's the matter?" The Prussian ambassador raised his heart to his throat. "Don't be nervous. It's not the problem of the German region, but the Duchy of the Danube." De Roos explained to the Prussian ambassador, "We hope that the Austrian Empire can continue to exert pressure on the Russian Empire in the Danube region. Riyadh1.com Make Russia the Empire cannot use all its troops on the Crimea Peninsula, and the Austrian Empire did not agree to the proposal of the French Empire. However, they sent their emperor here." Hearing De Lewis's answer, the Prussian ambassador finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since there is no de facto alliance between the Austrian Empire and the French Empire, the Kingdom of Prussia does not need to worry about the double blow of the Austrian Empire and the French Empire for the time being, right? I don't know if the Kingdom of Prussia is willing to continue the pressure of the Russian Empire in the Königsberg area. De Roos wrote an empty check to the Prussian ambassador. "If everything goes well, the Kingdom of Prussia will still to gain the land lost at the Congress of Vienna. Is the French Empire trying to completely destroy the Russian Empire?" Such a thought popped into the Prussian ambassador's mind. However, such a ridiculous idea was quickly extinguished by the Prussian ambassador. Shouldn't be possible. The French Empire, which has experienced a defeat, should know how difficult it is to destroy the Russian Empire. They wouldn't do such stupid things. Having figured this out, the Prussian ambassador decided to use delay tactics. This question is really not up to me to decide. I need to report back to the Monarch of Berlin, and then I will give you an answer. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 574, Sis's Melancholy. De Roos didn't feel any surprise to the Prussian ambassador's answer. If the Prussian ambassador immediately agreed to his request, that would be the most terrifying thing. I hope the Kingdom of Prussia can give the French Empire an answer as soon as possible. De Roos immediately said what he had already thought up. Even if the Kingdom of Prussia does not want to be evil with the Russian Empire, we can understand it. After all, the Russian Empire really a tough guy. Thank you for your understanding. The Prussian ambassador bowed and thanked De Roos with a grateful heart. Okay, Mr. Ambassador, it's not too early. It's time for me to go back to work. De Roos euphemistically gave the Prussian ambassador an expulsion order. The Prussian ambassador, who got the answer he wanted, also had little interest in continuing the conversation. He wanted to return to the embassy to report back, and hurriedly bid farewell to De Roos. Looking at the departing figure of the Prussian ambassador through the window, De Roos sneered in a low voice. The Prussians are really straightforward as always. After speaking, De Roos returned to the minister's office to continue processing the unfinished files. At this time in the Paris City Hall, the welcome ceremony gradually came to an end. After visiting the Paris City Hall layout and reviewing the City Hall bureaucracy, Jerome Bonaparte and Franz Joseph got back on their horses, and amid the cheers of Parisians, they left the City Hall and headed to the Tuileries Palace. On the way to the Tuileries Palace, people kept throwing petals from the crowd, and the rain of flowers in the sky paved a road for them to the Tuileries Palace. When Jerome Bonaparte and Franz Joseph arrived at the gate of the Tuileries Palace, the head of the palace, Mocha, and the heads of the various departments of the palace appeared at the meeting between Jerome Bonaparte and Franz Joseph. Before Jerome Bonaparte introduced Mocha to Franz Joseph and told Franz Joseph that during his stay in the Tuileries, he could tell Mocha if he needed anything. Will do my best to satisfy Mr. Mocha. I will have to take care of you in the next few days, Franz Joseph said to Mocha politely. Your Majesty Franz, please rest assured that I will do my best to serve you. Mocha hurriedly afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte, Franz Joseph and others dismounted and led their important officials into the Tuileries Palace. Mocha immediately instructed his supervisor to lead all the horses to the stable. That night, a grand banquet was held at the Tuileries Palace. At the banquet, there were princes, King of Württemberg, Grand Duke of Baden, envoys of Saxony, important ministers of the French Empire, generals who arrived a few days in advance. Of course, the most important ones were Jerome Bonaparte and Franz Joseph. As Empress Augusta was still pregnant, Jerome Bonaparte did not let her attend the banquet. In order to show the friendship between Fayot and Austria, Franz Joseph asked Elizabeth to go to Queen Augusta's room to accompany Queen Augusta and wait for the ball to start before coming out on her own. Before the banquet began, Jerome Bonaparte thanked the princes and envoys who were able to attend the banquet as usual, and then thanked Franz Joseph for being able to attend the military parade held on June 24. Immediately afterwards, Franz Joseph also expressed his gratitude to the guests in the Tuileries Palace. After the two banquet protagonists sent blessings to the guests attending the banquet, the banquet officially began. Between the cups and chips, more than half an hour passed quickly. The atmosphere of the banquet gradually reached its peak over time. It was in such a fiery atmosphere that Jerome Bonaparte, one of the protagonists, disappeared from people's sight. When it was discovered that Jerome Bonaparte had disappeared in the banquet hall, about half an hour had passed. The people at the banquet immediately called Mocha, the head of the palace, and asked if Mocha had seen Jerome Bonaparte. His Majesty is not missing, but in the Queen's room. Mocha hurriedly explained to the guests present point exactly. At this time, Jerome Bonaparte had already stayed in Queen Augusta's room, giving prenatal education to his soon-to-be born child. The elegant piano sound came from Augusta's room. At this time, Jerome Bonaparte was sitting in front of the piano and playing a cheerful movement for Augusta with his dexterous hands. After the song was over, Augusta, who was half lying on the sofa, applauded Jerome Bonaparte's performance. "It's so nice." A voice like a yellow warbler came from Queen Augusta's side. This person was the Duchess Elizabeth. "Your Majesty, I would like to ask who is the author of this song?" "A friend of mine who has been dead for many years," Jerome Bonaparte said to Elizabeth with a smile. "At that time, I was not the emperor of the empire, then. Did that friend of yours give this piece a name?" Elizabeth continued to ask. "My friend named it Summer," Jerome Bonaparte replied. "Summer? Why use an English name? Could it be that your friend speaks English?" Elizabeth asked curiously. "That's right. He is indeed a British gentleman," Jerome Bonaparte casually said, and then asked, "Princess Elizabeth, why do you have so many wives? Are you 100,000? Why, what is 100,000? And why?" Elizabeth continued to ask. "It's nothing. It's nothing. Just pretend I didn't say anything." Jerome Bonaparte immediately came to deny 3 lion. He didn't want to answer the little girl's words apart from being a little afraid of him at the beginning. This little girl became more and more unscrupulous towards him after that. "Your Majesty, a monarch should regard sincerity as a virtue." Elizabeth responded to Jerome Bonaparte with her simple and innocent words. Jerome Bonaparte was speechless. He found that he seemed to be general by this little girl. Is this the power of nature to stay? "Sissy, you are so innocent and cute." Augusta, who was sitting beside Elizabeth, put her legs off the sofa, grabbed Elizabeth's hand and sighed. "How can you have such a character? What are you talking about? I can't understand a word." Elizabeth still asked Queen Augusta with her childish words. Although Elizabeth didn't know why Augusta sighed, she could feel Augusta's favor for him. "Hey." Queen Augusta looked at the child in front of her with her loving eyes, then glanced at Jerome Bonaparte and asked Jerome Bonaparte if she should tell something about her. Thinking of Sissy's tragic fate in the future, Jerome Bonaparte also felt sorry for Sissy. So, he nodded to Queen Augusta. Augusta, who was hinted by Jerome Bonaparte, said to Elizabeth, "Sissy, do you know what kind of life you are going to face?" Elizabeth shook her head and then answered cautiously, It should be the same as you. If you can be like me, then I will wish you to meet someone who truly loves you." Queen Augusta gently stroked the back of Elizabeth's hand and said to her, "What do you mean?" Elizabeth looked at Queen Augusta suspiciously. "I mean, if he really loves you, then your future will be as happy as I'm now." Queen Augusta explained to Elizabeth, "The vast majority of monarchs in this world are devoted to themselves. The energy is spent on the seat under their buttocks, and love is nothing but a dispensable thing to them. Sissy, can you accept someone who doesn't love you as your future partner?" For the current Elizabeth, nothing is more important than love. What Augusta said was simply a nightmare. "Are you and your Majesty the same?" Elizabeth asked timidly, then glanced at Jerome Bonaparte on the piano. A happy expression appeared on Queen Augusta's face. "Before I got married, I didn't expect enough love, but the reality far exceeded my expectations. I met someone who loved me last. The person." Queen Augusta glanced at Jerome Bonaparte and then added, "Although he has some shortcomings, and he is more careless." Jerome Bonaparte protested, "But he is undoubtedly an exemplary husband, and always brings me little surprises." HMM. Elizabeth nodded in agreement. She had never heard of a monarch who would play the piano in person. "That's because I didn't have it all from the beginning." Jerome Bonaparte also said, "Everything I have now is the result of my hard work. My family brought it to me. Nothing but royal titles and some political resources." Although it is said that Jerome Bonaparte borrowed the name of his uncle to serve as president in the early days of his business, but in the process of changing from president to emperor, Jerome Bonaparte also experienced a series of political struggle. It can be said to be a quasi-creative generation. Your husband is different. He has too many things on his back. He can't give you all his love without reservation. Queen Augusta said to Elizabeth, "Of course, if he can give his love it would be even better if it was all poured into you." Elizabeth's voice trembled slightly. She knew that she might not be able to compare with that operation. And the Habsburg is also different from the Tuileries Palace. The hierarchy there is many times stricter than here. If you are not careful, you will make mistakes. Queen Augusta said to Princess Sissy, "Like you, how can such a kind child survive in that palace? I've been there a few times, and I think it's pretty good." Elizabeth replied to Queen Augusta, "That's because you are staying as a guest for a short time. The Habsburgs only show you their friendly side." Queen Augusta continued, "You haven't really experienced the dark side of me at the court. There is an assassin in the palace?" Elizabeth asked with a pale face. Riyadh 1.com is more terrifying than an assassin. You will be criticized from all sides. Every action of yours will become a behavior that corrupts the atmosphere of the court. Queen Augusta said with a wry smile. The fear on Elizabeth's face was even more intense. She didn't know what to do. "If it were you, what would you do?" Elizabeth asked Queen Augusta in a trembling voice. "Patience is an essential thing in the court." Queen Augusta responded, "Sissy, if you really encounter that kind of thing, then all you can do is patience. When will that be?" Elizabeth asked Queen Augusta. "Wait until you have the next generation. They will turn their attention to the next generation. At that time, you can be partially free." Queen Augusta responded to Elizabeth. In history, after giving birth to the heir, Archduke Rudolph, Princess Sissy really got half a free body to do what she likes. It's just that Princess Sissy's love for Hungary made her bring the Austrian Empire to a point of no return. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 575. Franz Joseph, I feel a little green. What Queen Augusta said to Elizabeth made Princess Elizabeth, who is still full of longing for love, silently worry about her future queen career. After all, the current Elizabeth is only 17 years old. It is too cruel to let a girl who is only 17 years old experience the bitterness that only 27 or 37 years old can taste in advance. If it's the same as what you said, then I'm afraid I can only pray for God's salvation," Elizabeth said to Queen Augusta with a wry smile that didn't match his age. Seeing that the atmosphere was gradually becoming cold and sad, Queen Augusta couldn't help but feel a little regretful in her heart. She knew that the future she painted for Elizabeth was too gloomy, which frightened the innocent girl in front of her. However, Augusta couldn't bear to deceive the girl in front of her either. If Elizabeth continues to maintain her naive character and live in the Habsburg court, then she will inevitably pay the price for her naivety. The Habsburgs are different from the Tuileries, and Franz Joseph is also different from Jerome Bonaparte. In order for the girl in front of her to regain a little bit of her vision for the future, Augusta had to say to Elizabeth against her will, "Okay, Elizabeth, don't worry about your future anymore. I just said casually, your fiancé is handsome, Jerome Bonaparte, shoehorn face, and virtuous, Jerome Bonaparte, nothing but honesty. He must be someone who loves you very much, like you and your majesty?" Elizabeth asked Queen Augusta with a hint of hope in her eyes. "Yes." Queen Augusta nodded and stroked Elizabeth's hair. Elizabeth, who felt the long-lost maternal love from Augusta, leaned on Augusta's shoulder and asked Augusta in her childish tone, "Your Majesty, I can be like you, just as happy." "Yes, definitely." Queen Augusta still deceived the girl in front of her. "You are like an angel. Anyone who sees you at first glance will like you involuntarily, including your Majesty," Elizabeth said ghostly, and then she regretted her recklessness. "I'm going to ask him." Augusta chuckled. She was not angry at Elizabeth's inquiry and asked Jerome Bonaparte playfully, "Sissy, I'm asking you something." In a sense, Queen Augusta put her love for her unborn child on Elizabeth in advance. Hearing Sissy's Jerome Bonaparte subconsciously thought of Zeolinga, who was full of fairy spirit in a certain Xianxia movie in the previous life. Both Sissy were full of spirituality. However, her fate is more ups and downs than another Sissy, who wouldn't like an angel like Princess Elizabeth. Jerome Bonaparte also praised from the bottom of his heart. "Did you hear me?" Queen Augusta comforted Princess Elizabeth. "You are so cute. You will definitely receive the kindness of everyone." "Then your Majesty the Queen, can I Elizabeth rushed to Queen Augusta, winked her eyes, and gathered up her courage, and said to Queen Augusta, "Borrow your husband." A look of surprise appeared on the faces of Augusta and Jerome Bonaparte. They did not understand what the eccentric Princess Elizabeth wanted to do. "Sissy, what do you want to do?" Queen Augusta asked Elizabeth. Elizabeth leaned into Queen Augusta's ear and whispered to Queen Augusta. Augusta also showed a smile on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes gradually began to look wrong. "Of course." Queen Augusta nodded in response to Elizabeth. "What? The asterisk are you two talking about?" Jerome Bonaparte protested. "I'm also a party. Can you respect my own wishes, Your Majesty? Do you have the heart to refuse a girl's request?" Queen Augusta's tone revealed a feeling of schadenfreude. Augusta, who has been with Jerome Bonaparte for 2 years, is very familiar with her husband. As long as it is not a political issue, he always tries his best to meet all the conditions, even if this condition seems difficult to achieve. Although, I say so. Jerome Bonaparte touched his nose, but as the person involved, I also have the right to know. Actually, it's nothing. It's just that Sissy wants to invite you down for a dance. Queen Augusta said to Jerome Bonaparte. "It's just a dance." Jerome Bonaparte, who had not yet reacted, breathed a sigh of relief, then took a deep breath and said, "Are you playing a little too big?" The Elizabeth in front of her is a fiancée of her good brother Franz Joseph. Although she has not been there yet, she has already established her status. To openly invite a fiancé to dance is not to put a green hat on his good brother. Later, Jerome Bonaparte found himself thinking too much. "Your Majesty, are you trying to refuse?" Elizabeth said to Jerome Bonaparte with a pitiful expression on my face. Actually. Jerome Bonaparte was speechless. To tell the truth, he is not a person who is afraid of things, let alone inviting his good brother's fiancée to dance. Even if he wears a green hat, Jerome Bonaparte believes that Franz Joseph will be persuaded by the ministers. Remonstrance continued to move closer to Franz. But, is it really necessary to do such an exciting thing at the Tuileries Palace? Princess Elizabeth, are you sure you want to do this? Jerome Bonaparte asked Elizabeth with a solemn expression. "I can bear the consequences of this incident, can you?" Elizabeth couldn't help but back away. "Your Majesty, just invite Sissy." Queen Augusta immediately proposed a solution. Jerome Bonaparte rolled his eyes. He didn't understand why Augusta wanted to help outsiders cheat on his husband. Is it because of what happened to poor Elizabeth? Or because of the proliferation of motherhood? Alright. Then, Jerome Bonaparte spread his hands and responded. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte negotiated with Elizabeth the time of their departure. The time gradually came to around 9:10, less than 20 minutes before the banquet ended, and the dance started. Then, "I'll go first," Jerome Bonaparte said to Augusta and Elizabeth, who were still in the room, then turned and left the room. Only Augusta and Elizabeth were left in the room. "Thank you, Her Majesty the Queen." Elizabeth whispered to Queen Augusta. "Sissy, you have to remember that, if you are bullied in Vienna, come to Paris." Queen Augusta said to Elizabeth, "The door of the Tuileries Palace is always open for you. Your Majesty, you really treat me." Elizabeth sobbed softly and said intermittently, "Better than my mother." "Sissy, we have the same fate and experience. From you, I saw the old me." Augusta sighed, and then changed the topic. "Actually, there is also one in the Tuileries Palace. A cute girl as stupid as you are." "Who is she?" Elizabeth asked curiously. "Her name is Vernier." Augusta responded to Elizabeth. "However, she is not in the Tuileries Palace now, but in Crimea." "Crimea?" Elizabeth shrank slightly. "I remember there was a war going on there." "That's right." Vernier nodded and responded to Elizabeth. "She's working there now as a war zone willing nurse." "Then she's really brave." Elizabeth couldn't help but admire the unmasked Vernier. "Actually, she has very little courage." Augusta continued. "If it wasn't for His Majesty's request, she would definitely not be willing to go." "Does your Majesty hate her?" Elizabeth asked Augusta. "No." Augusta shook her head and responded to Elizabeth. "On the contrary, His Majesty likes her very much." "Then why does your Majesty?" Elizabeth looked confused. Augusta explained the reason to Elizabeth, who involuntarily made a comparison between Franz Joseph and Jerome Bonaparte. Riyadh 1 point common anyway. Jerome Bonaparte crushed his fiancée. All he lacked was blood, but Elizabeth and Augusta were not people who cared about blood. She is really happy. Elizabeth murmured to herself. Okay, sissy, it's getting late. It's time for you to go downstairs to the dance. Augusta reminded him by gently pushing away Elizabeth, who was leaning on his shoulder. Your Majesty, I'll go first. Elizabeth responded to Augusta, and then saluted. Go. Have fun. Augusta waved her hand in response to Elizabeth. After Elizabeth, who had left the room, walked downstairs to the ballroom. The ball had not yet started. After Elizabeth came to Franz Joseph, the dance officially started. The court orchestra played the invitation composed by the late music master Carol Maria von Weber and the elegant music. Franz Joseph took Elizabeth's hand and started dancing. At this time, Elizabeth still recalled what Augusta had said, so that she made frequent mistakes during the dance. Elizabeth, what's the matter with you? Franz Joseph frowned and asked in a low voice. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.